to tonight's episode of Exandria Unlimited Divergence.
Woo! I was jumping on this shit.
We return now to the world of Exandria in the moment of divergence from its reality as calamity to something strange and new, the promise of fresh dawn and choices to be made about what the world shall become. If you think about it, we all make choices every day about what the world will become. Wow.
Beautiful.
Deep.
Topical.
If you think about it. I love topical. As though shaping the world with your choices is a brand new thing. It's like the internet. It wasn't always around, and now for the very first time.
For the world to see.
For the world to see. Before we jump in, we've got a few announcements. Matt, why don't you come over here and take it away?
Sure. Okay. Sam, why don't you tell us about tonight's sponsor?
Yes, Sam.
Axolote.
You mean Avowed, the epic first-person fantasy action RPG from the award-winning team at Obsidian Entertainment?
I do.
Well, I could read the copy off the teleprompter quickly so we can move on to the drama of Divergence.
That is exactly what we should do, yes.
Or I could bring drama to this ad. Because tonight I have memorized the copy. And I will recite it with no teleprompter.
That's not really dramatic.
It will be. Because for every word I get wrong, Marisha will shock me with this 8,000 volt bug zapper.
Okay, actually, this is really cool. I love this.
You are 100% sure that I have your permission.
I signed the release. The blindfold will go on, and no matter what happens, do not let me off the hook. Do not stop zapping.
Do not stop zapping.
Yes.
You said that. Okay. You heard it.
Here we go. Oh, fuck. Set in the world of Aora. Oh, fuck! I didn't get anything wrong yet!
What do you mean you didn't get anything wrong? That wasn't the deal.
So it was, Aora was introduced in Pillars of Eternity.
Okay. Pillars of Eternity. Line.
You are the envoy of Adir, a distant land sent to investigate a spreading plague in the living lands.
And then... Shit. And then what? Line.
Do not knock over that camera.
The living lands. Sorry, Sam. The living lands.
That hurt really bad.
You have to say the line.
Line. Wait, what?
Living lands.
Living lands. Ow, fuck.
You said don't stop no matter what.
Just remind me what the camera.
I'm just taking orders. As you said.
I'm not acting now. This is real.
Read the line.
No, Matt, read it.
You explore wild island landscapes. Equip swords, spells, guns, and shields to fight your way.
Oh my god.
Choose companions with amazing abilities to fight alongside you, and your choices will shape the world as you pursue your quest.
I did it. Go to xbox.com/Xbox.com/avowed. Check out this game, which is available soon.
Okay, got
That
it.
is great. It's really fun.
It says in the script to shock you one more time.
Go for it.
Is it going through the? Is it going
Gotta get
through?
the hand.
The game is available now. Don't forget to check out our Avowed One Shot if you haven't already on Twitch, YouTube, Beacon TV. Thank you, Xbox, for sponsoring this episode. Matt, back to you.
All right, children.
Moving on.
It feels good though, doesn't it?
Jesus. I feel alive.
We recently announced a brand new board game from Darrington Press, Solar Garden. In this tile drafting game, players take on the role of a visionary architect specializing in carbon neutral engineering to build a rooftop garden in harmony with nature. Gather points by farming things like building things like solar farms and windmill systems to create tranquil garden environments.
Shock yourself.
We're energized.
You guys are so weird about this. It's Laura, it's up to you.
You have something in the store. I'm really excited about this.
This is
You might not be able to tell. This is part of the Vox Machina collection.
Part of the month.
It's a part of the part of the Vox Machina collection. It's a Victoria sweater dress.
That's really, really cool.
It has pockets. It has grommets here, like her little archery, her bracers.
That's really cool, actually.
And she's
really
got,
cool.
It's got embroidery like the white stone.
Oh my God.
You guys, it's so wonderful. And it fits really, really good. And it's so very, very soft. Check it out. It's in all the stores.
Love it.
Just looks cool.
Thank you so much, Laura. Liam, you got a really cool announcement I'm excited about.
I got one for you too, in case you missed it. Critical Role is part of the Balatro Friends of Jimbo 4-pack. Which released on February 24th. I've been playing it on my Steam Deck.
It's
Players can enjoy customizing their decks with the Queen of Hearts Vexalia, Natch, King of Hearts Percy, and Jack of Hearts Scanlan.
Oh, I'm in this.
Yeah.
Go grab
I
this
care now.
free update now on PC, console, and mobile.
Thank you so much. So excited.
Game of the year
awesome.
contender.
Hell yeah. And I think that concludes our announcements.
Wait, I'm putting my sweater dress on.
I want like you can like put a nice chunky belt around it, like belt it
That's
with some
actually
leggings.
that's super
God.
cute.
It's really cozy.
That looks great.
That looks so
Cute.
good.
All right, well that concludes our announcements. Brennan, time to come back. I'm gonna go hunt Sam.
I didn't go anywhere. Okay. Without further ado, let's jump into tonight's episode of Exandria Unlimited, Divergence. We return to the world of Exandria in Torm's Hill. It is the morning after revelry, mourning, fierce battle, and a taste of freedom. The noise that summons you up from sleep to wakefulness is the noise of the camp looking out to the west from a taller ridge up past the briars towards the edge near where, Arrow, the night before, you saw the dawn for the very first time as daylight broke. And you see people mesmerized, shouting and cheering, looking out as they point towards a vast valley to the west, shaped in ages long ago, before the calamity, before even the age of Arcanum, for those learned few in Exandria that even know the name of that eon of the world. Looking to the west, people cheer and weep with amazement as you see Nez, one of the matriarchs of Torm's Hill, going, it was Briar and Ash alone. There was nothing. What? And for any who join, you see through the gray clouds overhead areas where the clouds go from gray to white. No pure ray of light breaking through, but enough coming through the white clouds to illuminate black and red stone, charred rocky fields, and yet glimmers of distant grass or trees that seem to have sprouted up seemingly overnight. The arms of dead forests reaching towards Rybad Coal that were sundered in the falling of the Strife Emperor. Here, farther away from the realm of his influence, you see cool, cold, dewy wind blowing across distant fields. For many of you, the first time you have ever seen a field of grass in your life. You gather belongings and rations, spend another day preparing for your journey forward. You see many similarly preparing. Torm's Hill is enormous, and more refugees and prisoners and escapees are pouring in every day. But Torm's Hill, while it is a place of safety, is also the closest to those realms of the Strife Emperor and whatever his former soldiers or marauders like those that Kef Kedriel joined in the waste are doing back in that ash-choked land. Torm's Hill is a place of safety and strength and gathering, but not a place for the tender, for the weak, the innocent. Those look to the west and to new fields growing and begin, perhaps much more slowly than you all, to think of their own preparations for what a free life would be under even the dim light of a sun behind the clouds. The following morning, you are preparing to head out, and many of you with a resurgence of belief, of hope, a certainty of the gifts that you now wield. And for one of you, the only one who has not gained a level of a PC class, Matt, I'll say on camera, your Wisdom of the Earth feature, which you can inscribe on your NPC stat block, allows you to add a 1d12 die of inspiration to any arcana, history, investigation, nature, religion, or perception checks related to terrain and structures.
Ooh, I love that. That's cool.
And there is a deeper secret within that if at some point we arrive in an area of Exandria to which Garin has some ancestral familiarity, it may take whatever shape most pleases you. As you prepare to disembark from this place, the morning that you are set to leave, a small group gathers. Arrow, you see Nez and Clasara embrace you once again. You see, looking up at you, Clasara grasps your hand, Nia, kissing it and thanking you. She's been working side by side with you on the injured and sick. Since you've arrived, two more doctors and nurses have arrived. People with knowledge of medicine have arrived. So even as you depart, there are two more to take your place. And Garin, you see a large embrace from Bolray, the old bugbear, who now holds a small hammer at his side and nods in assent of the lessons that you have parted with him. And Phaedra, you see Otto and Tavine both cross their arms looking at you. You see Tavine sort of licks a tooth and goes, "Shame you're leaving. Now that we cut out Marlath's tongue, we could really run quite a game on this town, you know what I mean?"
I know we could, but We have a different job now, all right? I need you guys to stay here and help out Clasara and Nez. Anything they ask you to do, you do it, all right? You protect these people. Because they're your people now. They're our people.
You see both of them touch the roach tattoo. Tavine gets lost in a moment, thinking of the life in the city you grew up in, the hardships, how violent and angry his life was, and the idea that that anger might serve some purpose gives him pause. You see Otto smiles and says, "We'll make sure they're okay.
I know you will.
'Cause you're so sweet. It's nice to know that if anyone shows up that doesn't see how wonderful their kindness is, we'll kick the shit out of them."
Yeah, you will. I'm so proud of you.
We'll miss you. And he gives
my
a big hug.
Hug both of them, it's just so tight.
You see Tavine goes,
It's so small like that.
you see Tavine just going, "Oh, the world is so much nicer than that crazy volcanic prison full of iron barbs."
I know. And with your guys' work, you're gonna make it even better than it is now.
Yeah.
All right?
Hammer, don't look at me! Otto and Tavine smile. Crocus, you see that Celeste walks up with her 2 kids to you.
Hi.
You look up and go, "You're not really going, are you?"
She said.
They look up. You see Gond, the bugbear, and Coswald, the green dragonborn, both walk up and sort of pat the kids on the shoulder, say, "It's all right, little ones. Crocus got to make sure Phaedra's all right. Danger's past here for the moment. Who knows what they're going to find out there, beyond the edge of the briars, up the snowy mountains." You see that Exandria says, "Why are you going somewhere dangerous, though? It's safer here with all of us, isn't it?"
Probably. Yeah.
But there's work to do. Crocus is real good at doing that work, so.
You see that Coswald says, "We'll look after your little ones. Don't fret. I mean, I can't do whatever that tail slap was. That was outrageous."
Okay. Bye.
Go give them a hug.
The kids run up and embrace you, and you see that Celeste reaches down and goes into a bag and takes out a little rusted, partially corroded, once beautiful silver amulet. You see it has a pair of hands sort of grasping at it, and you can tell it's incredible contraband that she must have taken great pains to struggle, because it is part of a holy symbol of the knowing mentor, which has been damaged in the time that she's wielded it. The hands sort of grasping an empty portion right now, and she hands it to you and says, "I'd love for you to carry this if you could."
What is it?
It was whole once, but the hands still await to hold knowledge, which is what the knowing mentor grants us. And I think knowledge is the most precious gift there is in all the world. And the knowledge I most wish you to carry, because the amulet cannot carry it anymore, is the knowledge of how you truly are and how you are seen. Because my children love you, and I love you. And I don't know where you're headed or what will face you there, but we met in a carriage bound for doom because of how we were seen. Being seen in that way can corrode us and harm us unless we take great measures to remember to see ourselves as we truly are.
Okay. Yeah.
He takes it and kind of loops it through the storm girdle and like ties it around his belt.
And out of curiosity, is that real silver or? You know what? You guys are having a moment. Never mind. Thank you for your gift. It's very generous.
You see that Nez looks over at you, Nia, and says, I know Luz's passing is a great sorrow. Wherever she is, I know that she feels the great joy of those who are free because of you and your companions here. Your sister traveled that way many months ago, but I have every bit of faith that you will find her.
Thank you.
Thank you for housing us.
Of course.
Housing so many.
It's what we do. It is a joy to tend to them.
You'll have to be cautious now. More of the strife lords. Lackeys will no doubt arrive. With the crowds.
You see that as the crowds continue to come in, you see that Coswald looks over at you, the Dragonborn, one of the ones that was freed with you back when this all started. And you see he nods. He looks over at Otto and Tavine and Gond as well, sort of nodding to them all and says, Nez, Closara, we should talk about how to make sure we keep people safe. And Arrow is right. This will not be the last time we are asked to stand for something. But
there is a fire in these people that did not exist but a few days ago.
You see, Nez nods her head. There is a fire. They will not kneel. They will stand, Arrow. You've shown them. The fire is lit. You see, Kaz crosses his arms and says, yeah, and we have 7 longswords now. It's not nothing.
Slap. Right on the arm. Well, I'm sorry that we couldn't stay a little longer even for the comfort of it, but we have a calling elsewhere.
I understand. Good luck to you on your journey. You will need it. These lands are changing, but change, even if it brings hope, is chaotic and dangerous. Keep your wits about you.
I take a knee before the 2 married women and just for the 2 of them say,
I can't say if I will ever pass through these parts again, but I've felt your hand in my life and will never forget.
They each push a little face into the crook of your neck, and you can feel the warmth of a tear down your golden scales. And you see, they say, you see Nez goes, I'll miss you, dear boy. And Closara, almost in contradiction, but meaning the same thing, goes, we have touched each other's hearts. We will always have loved each other. No one that has done that ever truly leaves.
look out over the countryside. That
valley is for you. Enjoy.
As you depart, you see they call out the cheers and hoorays and people waving goodbye as you guys set out. And you just hear Nez look over at Clasara, looking at the valley. May it ever be a valley for free peoples, here as the morning sets. You depart from this place.
Doing this sappy shit.
Making up for lost time.
Fine, I ain't judging you.
Trudging forward, guard, you look out as you head forward up into the mountains, feeling the sure foot, that dwarven sort of solidness as you head up into the stones and peaks. As you depart, I would love a survival check. This one, much lower stakes. Because as you guys journey into areas filled with plant life up into the forest past the Larksbrook, your wanderer features kick into effect, meaning that you can provide food for up to 5 people each, which certainly covers your party traveling up this way now.
Oh, we're so back. Oh, we are.
We're so back. What do we get over here, Matt?
We're so back.
5.
5, cool.
Natural 1.
Natural 1. 8.
3.
24.
You guys begin to head up towards the pass. As you do so, the altitude gets higher and higher, the clouds sort of taking up here, and what is sort of manifesting as rain farther below. Actually, you get up in altitude and gets even a little bit snowier as the snow is not cold enough to collect, really. It's hitting the rain-soaked mountainside and immediately melting, but it's cold enough that you have to bundle up moving through here. Crocus, you feel comfortable as can be. You're totally fine.
Cold it rains.
Resistance to Colm.
This reminds me of a home I haven't seen in a very long time.
With that one...
He's just looking at grass.
On that group survival check, you are fine for food, but you make slow going that first day, mostly focusing on like, okay, let's get to know like especially our wanderers here. It's like, let's get to know this forest. Where's like the reindeer moss that you can boil and get a full stomach? Where are we finding berries here? If there is game, what's the easy game to get? You manage to stay pretty well fed. There's nothing huge coming through, but there's a nearby grouse that you get one night and everyone gets a bite of actual meat that night for dinner. So it's hungry work, but it's a night and day from struggling through the ashlands to get to Torm's Hill. At the end of that first day, you guys arrive at basically, you're going to have to double back. You've lost some progress. You can see Snowgrave Pass, but the foothills have those long, like the leg of a mountain that like ridges all the way down. You get to one where it's just, this is like a 1,200 foot drop. We got to go back and take a long way around. We it was possible that this was going to like even out, and you get to the top and you're like, no, it's not. It doesn't even slope. It's a drop. As you look down, deep in the shadow of this crevasse, all of you see something probably again like a couple 100 feet down in the shadows. There's like an 8-foot gap of this like lichen-covered granite high in the mountains. And looking down, you hear, it's hard as the snow keeps falling, it's getting later at night, you hear a weird scratching of like something like stone or wood against stone. Anyone who wants to make a perception check for me.
Right. Yeah.
Perception. See how you feel.
No, not terrible, actually.
I got a 12.
Yeah, 12 also.
12, yeah.
Also a 12.
Also a 12.
19.
19. Crocus. You gaze down. All of you guys can see something moving down in the darkness of the gap. It's a couple hundred feet away, so it's hard to get a bead on. Crocus, you look down. This crevasse stretches sort of across the mountainside. Scrambling and scraping and falling on each other are hundreds or thousands of humanoid skeletons, animated and struggling to crawl up out of the shadows. The strength of their animated limbs failing, falling back. You see corroded belts, rusted swords, this fraction of some army of the dead that has marched over the mountain and fallen deep into this pit. And on that 19, you look across the gap and see scattered bones on the mountainside here. You think that some army of the dead in hasty retreat came scrambling up the mountainside. Some number of them fell into darkness before the rest were laid low in a single act of great magic. You see the rest of their battalion of the undead unmade on the mountainside, and only these ones that had already fallen below are left in ruin. It's like lifting a log and seeing the insects underneath, or a writhing snake pit, but of hundreds of these undead, slowly but surely breaking themselves and losing limbs as they attempt to scramble out of darkness.
Bones. Down there.
As Crocus says bones, the visage of what you see becomes clear to all of you.
Does it seem like there is a way to circumvent if we double back?
Yeah, potentially. I think looking at it, it's just a little image of horror in the cleansing fire and light and all this other stuff. The evil that has been visited on Exandria here during the calamity is being withstood and confronted. But as you look at a literal wrinkle of the mountainside, you wonder if all the horror of the past centuries will ever truly be expunged.
And looking down, it looks like the grade of this cliff is something they might not be able to pursue.
Standing here for a minute with the kind of stomach churning of seeing undead monstrosities, the bodies of mortals animated against their will by foul necromancy, you don't see how any of them could successfully climb up.
All right. Lead us back.
Yeah. Reverse.
Go ahead and give me another survival check. The reward for your group survival check, witnessing a horror,
Haunting.
just haunting shit.
Better.
What do we got?
10.
10.
16.
16.
Hell yeah.
14.
21. Hell yes. Doubling back, you guys make your way up and find the base of Snowgrave Pass. This is the place that you are familiar with. Journeying up the next day, once again finding food. You guys spend your nights, molding the earth is very easy up here, creating a bonfire. There's enough trees around here that you can actually just create it once and then burn normal mundane wood to keep yourself safe. Going up through Snowgrave Pass, it's been a long time since you were up here. Worried because you know that this place had been discovered by servants of the Strife Emperor. Walking up the pass on that 16, get to the narrowest point where you see a structure of a obsidian tower, a watchtower.
Which I don't remember.
You don't remember. Newly built here. You see it well in advance on that high survival check. What do you do as you behold it?
I throw a hand up. It's been years since I've been through here, and that was not part of the landscape.
Is it in our path?
It looks like the watchtower is set slightly away from the path, but watching it. You see that there are some pretty crude wooden ladders set on the little ravine wall that go up to a watchtower, where basically anyone traveling up through the pass, people in the tower could fire on them with impunity.
Okay, and are we close to the area where I once lived?
Yes, you're probably like an hour or two's walk from there.
All right. Okay, further away than I was thinking, though. So,
we have to pass through this ravine ahead, and I do not feel good about not inspecting that place. Otherwise, we're just leaving ourselves open.
Is there any recognition to the architecture of the tower?
Go ahead and give me a perception check. Okay. And you can add your D12 of inspiration from your wisdom of the earth.
That's going to be, thank goodness, too. 12.
Those, well do you know those slabs? The construction of those blocks in the tower is quite familiar to you.
So going forward, we either have to stay hushed and sneak by or deal with it.
Is there any kind of cover in this area, like trees, or no, we're kind of...
There's trees, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me a perception check. It's getting later in the day. You could wait and see if a light was lit. Right now, it's impossible to tell if the tower's occupied or not because it's daylight hours.
Everyone perception?
Yeah, perception for everybody, yeah.
Oh yeah, mine was also not good. 8.
Once again, 11. Not bad.
That's cocked.
What do we get here?
19.
19.
What is this, perception?
Smash your dice.
19.
I'm rolling well. I have a +2 to
Natural
perception.
Natural one. Crocus, looking up on a 19, you don't see any visible forms of life in there. You notice that the tower, for whatever it's worth, if it gets to be nightfall, that tower is about 100 or more feet up from the bottom of the ravine, which on a 19 you know is farther than even most creatures that can see in the dark can see in pitch darkness.
If we wait till it's dark, they might not be able to see us.
That's good.
If anyone's there. Dark never scared me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As night falls, the snow gets thicker, and now you see with the coming of night, it begins to stick to the ground, which means that you'll only have a little bit of time before stealth becomes much harder through a blanket of fresh fallen snow. Go ahead and give me a group stealth check as you move up through the ravine.
Serves me right, I guess.
2.
2.
9.
9.
7.
25.
25, okay.
17.
17, okay. As the snow comes down, you are moving up through there, and I think on that 2, Garin, your sure-footedness notwithstanding, walking on the snow and the sleet, there's just a moment where the stone gives out under your foot. And up in the tower, you do notice as you're approaching, there is a tiny little light lit, but it does not have the sputtering red glare of a torch. It looks more like the soft light of like a single candle up in the tall watchtower. With the noise, you hear a, "Hello? Hello?" in common.
Does that sound like... Nah. Should we have a look?
Yeah.
Better to know.
It's just one guy out there. We can
If they feel
take one guy.
speaking to us,
and there's more of us than there is of them. I don't see the harm.
If we lay low for a minute, any more sound from above?
A crossbow appears on the parapets, tumbles forward, falling through the air, smashing on the rocks, and from above you hear, "Dang it!"
Just passing through.
You're all under arrest.
We mean you no harm.
You may pass.
Show yourself.
A hobgoblin-sized Strife Emperor helmet appears over the wall, wobbling wildly on the head of a very small goblin.
Who are you?
I am the captain of the Watchtower, the Snowgrave Watch. I am a proud servant of the Strife Emperor.
All right, Captain, and how many of your men are up there with you?
All of them.
In session.
Proud servant.
Let's check that.
Oh, that was bad. I got nothing. Perception. Not great.
15 for me.
15 for
11.
Yeah, this helmet is not standard issue. On a 15, you look up, and I think on a 15 we'll make it a little bit of an insight check too. 22. When asked how many soldiers he had, he says all of them.
Yeah, which is 0, presumably. Yeah.
Which lets you know that whatever number there were, maybe is not the number that there are now.
Are you hungry?
I'm starving. I won't eat my companions.
What if we want to eat you?
His companions are dead.
Will you hold one moment?
What may we call you?
I'm Captain Gubbling.
Captain, how's about this? You're hungry. We may or may not have something to help you with that. Your companions, you give us their weaponry, we'll give you something to eat.
It has come to this.
It has.
I'll be right down. In the livery of a aide de camp, wearing sort of a black tunic with the gauntlet of the Strife Emperor on it, belted pants, not far from being kind of like in the rags of a prisoner. This goblin is actually quite well dressed, although the clothing has now become like matted with over a week or more of lack of care. But he arrives with coming down the ladder and just drops a sack, which as it hits immediately is shredded because it's a bag full of swords. So just, and he arrives down and goes, I am Gubbling, the guardian of Snowgrave Pass. I am given to place any who do not travel under the banner of the Strife Emperor under arrest. However, I do not believe there are any mentions in the oaths of fealty or sworn vows of my order that would prevent me from trading weaponry that no longer has utility for food. I must, after all, feed the garrison.
Have you any news from the south?
I am not given to treat with those who do not travel under the banner of the Strife Emperor. My lack of news from the south is of no concern to those subjects of the Strife Emperor.
Crocus stands up at his full height and just towers over the goblin.
I have no news from the south, and I'm sorry I said anything other than that.
We do. The Strife Emperor is emperor no more. Rybat coal is a smoking heap. How does that sit with you?
I had suspected that perhaps strange things were afoot. A winged being emerged from the clouds, pursuing what I can only describe as a pure nightmare made of shadow, and he smote it upon the mountainside in pursuit of a group of, a horde really, of skeletons that moved by and spared us. The being smote the demon on the mountainside. My captain commanded us to open fire with our crossbows. And the being turned and, without opening its mouth, simply glowed with light. And I could hear its voice in my heart asking me if I believed in a world where all beings should be free and know peace and joy. I, of course, verbally reaffirmed my commitment to the Strife Emperor, but I could not stop my heart from betraying those values of conquest and tyranny I have devoted my life to, and I am afraid I answered that shining thing in the affirmative. Yes, I like joy. Who doesn't like joy? You sort of have to. And when the light faded, all of my companions were dead, smoking holes in their head where their eyes had once been. I guess they had a different answer. Anyway, I am now 100% of the garrison of the watchtower of Snowgrave Pass.
How long have you been up here alone?
Oh, about 8 days.
Okay.
I'm very hungry.
I'm gonna pull part of a rock-hard crust of bread that was given to us down in Torm's Hill, and just toss it out within a couple feet of his.
You travel in a very deadly direction. Snowgrave is no safe place. Very few wanderers have come through here recently. I know not what occurs on the other side of the mountains, but...
I'm familiar with the terrain. What can you tell us?
It has been our job to, of course, mainly patrol any coming from that side of the mountains past the border of the Strife Emperor's influence, of which we are one of the farthest most outposts, but occasionally escapees and those that would seek to betray the glory of the Strife Emperor. A smoking heap? The Strife Emperor is emperor no more?
Yeah. We saw it. Heard it.
You left a boot. There's no banner to walk under.
You can serve your heart.
Oh, that's awful.
It is?
Yeah.
How do you know?
What you mean?
How do you know if you serve your heart, you could be wrong?
You said that every single other guy you knew got immediately destroyed by this holy light.
Yeah, because they had the wrong guess to a riddle from a flying guy.
Yeah.
But your heart had the right guess.
I don't know. I don't know if you say so. Oh.
There has to be some reason you are still here, and I don't mean sitting here alone, abandoned in this outpost under some banner that could give a shit whether you live or die out here. What? You know, there's more. There's more in this world. You don't have to be here.
I'm gonna grip my hammer tightly and slowly walk towards this goblin, who I assume maybe is a little bit shorter than even my short stature. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And with as grim as a voice, I could say, "In the name of the Strife Emperor, how many lives have you claimed, goblin?"
Here he weeps. None.
Then your heart was already on this path. He lightens up and pats his shoulder with his cap.
He looks and he says, "I was always a faithless servant, too much a coward. I could never strike the disobedient. I was always too afraid. You know, don't know what I was afraid of.
Cruz looks up at the huge, imposing black tower.
But, no. At any test of my mettle, where I was called upon to wield the authority of the Strife Emperor, I always buckled and failed.
A great failure it is.
Surprised they didn't kill you.
Grateful they didn't.
They can't kill all the cowards because someone has to carry the stuff. Well...
Can you lift a hammer? Or drag a hoe?
I suppose.
There's nothing for you to guard here any longer. No banner to serve under. You had a few days in that direction, and I'll point off down the very slope we came. I can share a bit of food. You'll find others who are trying to figure out what to do next.
Stripped of your title. What do we call you then?
Takes the hobgoblin helmet and puts it down. If I'm not a captain, and I'm not a valet or a servant, I guess I'm just Gubbling.
Gubbling. I like him.
Well, that snow's not letting up, and it's pretty dark already. They say if he doesn't try to kill us in the night, we can send him on his way downhill.
He takes a bite out of the hard crust of bread. Your kindness flies directly in the face of all of my religious scruples. I am very grateful for it. Why? If the Strife Emperor has fallen and you are escapees, why not simply destroy me? No quarter would be given to you in this circumstance.
You wish us any ill?
According to that winged man, I don't.
I mean this with as much respect as possible. You are no threat to us.
Yeah. You've given me a grave insult with which I cannot disagree.
This is my favorite NPC.
Safe passage. The last who traveled through here, who was quick enough to escape our arrows, was some 4 months ago. And you see his eyes sort of rest on you here, Nia, a little bit.
I know the Traveler well.
I hope you find her. She, in one of my many failures to my god, as she escaped the arrows of our soldiers, I could not help but be impressed by her grace and cleverness. And some small traitorous part of my heart cheered her on as she ascended to the snowy peaks.
You speak of yourself so poorly when you talk of mercy and forgiveness. Let this walk back to where we once were. Maybe be a little kinder to yourself. That mercy, that forgiveness, may be the reason why you stand while your co-conspirators fell.
It's true. You judge yourself by tenets that don't matter anymore. Only you can judge yourself.
He reaches to the symbol of Strife Emperor, pulls it from the tunic as the stitching snaps off.
It's hard to leave the darkness behind, but I promise, once you do, everything just gets a little bit brighter.
He smiles. I tore it off because I'm a coward and didn't want to be shot on sight. But I won't lie. It felt good for a different reason, too. It's just very hard when you realize you've wasted your life.
Not a waste.
I've spent my life groveling to the cruelest people I know, who look at me with more disdain and cruelty than those that I have just met, and for whom the symbol I proudly served was a symbol of all of their woes. I will hate myself for a time.
Not too long, though. You've known great cruelty. You've seen great kindness. Choose which path you continue to walk on. Now that you have that choice.
He nods his head. Briefly through the snow, a bit of moonlight illuminating. He looks up. Kindness. Kindness then. Gets his little pack on. Goes. Good luck on your travels. Thank you.
And when you get there, find the two with that tattoo. They'll look out for you.
They'll have understanding for someone who's as pitiful as me.
If you're honest with them, if you tell them the truth like you've told us, I think they especially will understand how difficult it is to leave behind the safety of the darkness that you used to live in. You know? It's hard to leave that behind. We've all had to do things that we weren't proud of, but this is the first day of a new beginning for you, and you need to take advantage of that. And these people will help you.
Or you'll have a similar relationship to the ones you've had before.
God. You have to be different or things will be the same. It sounds so obvious.
What?
It's terrifying.
Is that what I said?
Arrow's
you're
gonna
very smart.
pull out one of his pine cones and then not a full-on blast of deadly fire, but belch a little fire onto it, and it blackens a bit and opens up, and I hand him the equivalent of 10 good berries and say,
Take this. Go slow. Will last you a few days. Don't squander a second chance.
Tears freeze into ice on his cheeks as he goes, well, this is the strangest day of my life. Goodbye. And he, bewildered by your acts of charity and transformed by a kindness that perhaps he did not earn, but received nevertheless, he walks down the mountainside.
Is he transformed?
Give me an insight check.
15. How much is this? I guess I'm asking how much of this is him adjusting his persona to survive versus legitimate honesty and cowardice?
On a 15, you may never know. Because he met you, he is walking with a pine cone full of magical berries towards a community that will give him the opportunity to live kindly. If he is found by a battalion of Strife Emperor soldiers and taken under their command, perhaps he will return to the life he knew before. It is hard to say if in this single interaction he has found the heart of a hero. But perhaps the lesson here is the more places you can make like Torm's Hill, where someone like Gubbling can find a path towards true kindness, perhaps the brighter the world becomes.
Arrow will turn his back on our new associate to all of you and say, well, he'll either turn over a new leaf or Closara and Nez will tear him to pieces.
Nia checks out that sack of swords and weaponry and daggers and whatnot.
You guys find a number. These are long swords, daggers, plenty of crossbows, quivers of arrows. So there's a lot of weaponry here. Anyone that is not already outfitted with such can absolutely be.
I'll take a dagger and a crossbow. Would
Right.
you say I find a scimitar in the pile?
I'll say that you can find a scimitar in the pile. Sure thing. Hell yeah.
Sits it up. Feels the weight of it, turns it.
Could I also get a crossbow, but then keep my stiletto, my armor stiletto as well? Okay, cool.
For sure thing.
You must never let go of that stiletto.
Yeah, I know.
Nia will take a couple daggers, and if there's a crossbows are quite bulky. If there's a smaller, I don't know if there's such a thing as like a smaller crossbow. But,
You see there's a hand crossbow in there.
I'll take a hand crossbow and 2 daggers.
You got it.
For the soldiers that were destroyed, are the remnants of this battalion still within this tower?
Yeah.
Do any of them, are there any pieces of intact armor?
I think you can find a breastplate in there, no problem. Like, the full plate is not shaped for you, but a dwarven torso is about the size of a human or hobgoblin torso, just on a smaller, more compact body.
I think he's going to take part of the early evening with his hammer. Probably not many weapons here that fit his aesthetic, but we'll take the hammer to the breastplate to pound out any particular shape and symbology that is reminiscent of a battalion of the Strife Emperor. Both just lack recognition, but also because he would not want to wear such a tainted thing. Yeah.
Are we staying here tonight?
I think so.
Yeah.
You guys spend your night in a watchtower of the Strife Emperor. Up there at the height of that tower, Arrow, you look over. You can hear Garin down in a lower room of the tower fixing a breastplate. You remove any symbol of the Strife Emperor from it, but it still has that almost like cast iron look to it, but it can be worn under a tabard. And you can put clothes on it and put like a tabard or tunic over it, so it doesn't look as,
Fair.
The rest of you suited up on daggers, hand crossbow, light and heavy crossbow. You find a scimitar. There are also a lot of these. Some of the captains inside have short swords on them as well. And as you look out over the night, the moon sails into view over the tops of these ridges, and you see in the distance, about halfway through the pass, a beautiful snowy lake.
He stays at the window for most of the night, under the pretext of keeping watch, enjoying the view.
Your watch goes uninterrupted, and regarding your map once again, which the work of updating that with this new, as you have your whole life, a new watchtower has been built here. You look, and that little place where that phosphorescent glow was, you look where it was on the map, and it's positioned close to Snowvale, or to Snowgrave. And you feel like your map is not mile to mile perfect. But you look and get a feeling that one of the mountain peaks up past the lake, there's a couple that you remember from like following some wild, there was some like caribou that came through one time, there was some larger game that got up into that neck of the woods. It feels like where that insect alighted and glowed on that map, somewhere up there maybe is where you'd want to be. Do any come to, everyone else I assume beds down unless any go to relieve Arrow of his watch at any point?
I can at a certain point.
Crocus comes up.
I can watch.
We'll sit with you first, Bill, and then turn in.
Okay.
Nia can't sleep. She doesn't go to watch because she's lost in thought and planning of how she's going to find her sister. So she's curled on a side, probably facing a wall, just wide awake.
Wide awake, you hear Garin working off in the distance. Garin, give me a, you finish the armor, getting ready to protect yourself on this next leg of the journey. Go ahead and give me a perception check related to stonework.
It's going to be a 12.
On a 12, you look over, and as you finish the armor, these volcanic slabs of stone, so strange to cart obsidian and volcanic rock in these mountains filled with granite, workable stone everywhere, but just the malignant will of the Strife Emperor to send people to vast corners of an empire to do these bizarre displays of might and power. And you look at this, the farthest watchtower of the Strife Emperor's realm, farthest north into Guisar. And you see that one of the basalt blocks is badly chipped. You know, it's one of the interior facing blocks, but you see it's like, it looks like it was hacked at with tools. And you look at exactly where the chisel marks came on this warped and damaged block. And in a bizarre moment of recognition, you've seen this block before. It fell in the quarry and crushed someone's left arm. And it had to be hacked at to pull them out, and the memory returns to you.
Well, if fate just ain't a bitch. Pained as it is, it's a fine piece of material. Shame for it to be left unfinished.
He's going to take a stone chisel out, kind of tuck it under his shoulder, and as he's learned to do, just kind of back up into it and start like chipping away at it.
You chip away at the stone, the mighty hammer blows ringing out. How do you alter the stone?
Taking where the flecks were there, it's less of a moment of inspiration and more like following what designs are already there among it. The kind of amorphous shape of its kind of volcanic kind of face towards me. I can see where the elements are chipped and broken, and even just at a flash glance, I look down at the hammer that I'm holding and look up at it and be like, I haven't seen that symbol in a long time. Let's make a more welcoming sight. And rearranging what bits of probably broken or scrapped furniture he can to get the height where he needs it, he kind of begins to put in the symbol of a hammer.
you put the symbol of the hammer in the wall. And as you finish it, give me a perception check.
Generally or with stone cutting?
Let's do with stone cutting.
Okay, 16.
You regard the symbol and see this flawless work of artistry. Beautiful symbol of a hammer. That thing which is both tool and weapon, the crafter, the maker, shaping the world. And here in this place, on the stone that wounded you, you carve a symbol of hope, that the world can be changed through honest effort and the love of creation. As you walk away to get your final, you get your rest that evening, Nia, you can't sleep, right?
Not well.
Wandering the halls, I think you look up and see this symbol that Garin has taken time to carve into the wall. And as you do, the natural passing of the moon through the sky hits that symbol through a slanted archer's window. And it ripples with gorgeous light, shimmering starlight, the symbol of the hammer drinking up the moon's beams. And you feel almost a sigh of something being released from the world here. Something deep and profound touches, like the movement of great and noble spirits upon this world, meeting after long and lonesome work. The moonlight touches the symbol of the hammer, and it is as if long-lost siblings are reunited. You feel this tower go from a place of tyranny and sorrow, and instead there is a sense that wrongs can be righted and shadows banished. The next day, you strike out. Arrow, do you follow the path that leads you directly to the lake, or do you take a different path?
There is no way that I could travel through these parts without going directly toward that water. As Arrow leads you all up higher into the mountains here, we pass over a ridge and you see, invisible to us further below, but a mountain lock, water stretching out for hundreds of feet. Mountains past it, rising further, and Arrow wanders down towards the waterfront here. It's like a stony, pebbled beach. And you watch him lost in thought, and he is scanning portions of the coast here and sort of stumbles over towards one specific larger stone sticking up out of the edge of the water, and he just sinks down to his knees in front of it, lost in thought.
I think Nia sees him lost in thought and just stands by him, puts a hand on his shoulder, and lets him take this moment, but just reminding him that despite the memory of this place, he is not alone.
He feels that. He feels everyone in this group that have been thrown together. and with his eyes still out on the water, says, do you know I am not from Guisar?
No.
Where are you from?
There's a boy that lived across the sea in a place called Isilra.
What's it like over there?
Is this the sea?
Bigger.
Oh.
Much bigger.
Whoa.
My father and mother were devout followers of the Platinum Dragon. Iridio, my father, and Cor, my mother. We lived in a place called Seagate. And it was just as hard there as it is here, but my mother and father and their friends helped receive refugees from across the sea on their way to Vasselheim, fleeing the terrors of this life. And one day, when I was still very young, I could hear the clashing of the Lord of the Hells and some of his enemies thundering across the plains beyond our mountain pass. And his forces spilled into my home. And my father and mother, who had for so long taken people in, scooped me up. And I traveled with my mother after my father died there that day. We fled across the ocean. And when we arrived, there was nothing. My mother and I and a man named Skoll. It's the one who taught me how to live out here. We went in search of others. We found a small community. And when we returned to gather the other Isilrans who'd fled with us, they were gone. Vanished. Well, I spent my formative years here in the wastes of Guisar, and we found a place to settle, like Torm's Hill, but far more meager. That place fell to sickness. My mother died. I left with Skoll. Raised me like his own. He died. And I kept on. And then I gave up. Gave up on other people. Gave up on belief. And one day I found my way here. Near dead from starvation and dehydration, just like we were not so long ago. And I met a woman here. Scales as beautiful as the snow on these mountains. Just as close to death as I. Donea was her name. Well, we lived here, fresh water, for over a year. Scraped by together, I found belief again. And Strife Emperor's forces stumbled upon this place. Probably as badly in need of water as we had been. And they fell on us. Slashed my throat, almost died that day. She killed 3 of them before they killed her. Right there on that rock. I murdered the last of them with a stone and fled. Could hear more coming. And I gave up. Again. It's been a long life. I gave up again. But when I lived here with her, she used to say that change was coming. Maybe we wouldn't see it, but it would come one day. Now here we are again. And she was right all those years ago. You see his dirty, dirty eye. All his scale work has dust in all of the line work of it, and it starts to just go a little molten gold as moisture creeps down through those rivulets.
Arrow, everything that you've done for us, for Crocus, for everyone here, that is not... those are not the actions of a man who has given up. That is someone with change in their heart. I can see it so clearly in you, how that lives on in you.
Well, sediment builds up. Sometimes you need someone to chip it away. Let it shine through again.
Nia gets down to sort of be on the same level as Crocus and just puts an arm around him. Not Crocus, just kidding. Love Crocus though. Sorry, Arrow. Yes, and puts an arm around Arrow, and just holds him and says, "She saw in you what we do. You can give up and give up and give up. But when you have change in your heart, that will never leave."
Let's find your sister.
She still wants to take in the moment of what's happening here and says, "I can't imagine the love that you two shared. But I know that in your work and what you do for us, what you've done for me, that love lives on. Just, that love lives on." I like to think that the changes that we see in this world are the exact changes she foretold. Just doesn't let him go until she feels a shift in his posture, signaling that.
It takes some time, but it comes.
Garn at this point kind of stands up after taking a minute to catch his breath from the walk, listening to all this, without making eye contact with anyone, just looking off past the stone and the water, just kind of says out loud, Even the smallest acts of creation lie with the intent of changing the world in some small way. For me, it might be more physical than others, but we all change each other in small ways that we can never truly understand. And for some of us, people that we might never ever meet. She changed you. You've changed us. And who knows how much longer her influence will last beyond us moving on, as he stands up and walks over to the stone where you say she fell. And carefully, meticulously, he carves into that stone. Change is coming.
Arrow rubs the long scar on the slash of his neck. Well, fill your water skins. You'll never taste anything as clear and cold as what you have here.
When you say that, Crocus kind of gets down on all fours and just sort of slides into the lake, having no idea how to swim.
It's cold. Oh, easy.
Oh my god. Oh, Crocus?
And just disappears underwater for a minute.
Get back up here! Get back up here!
After more time than is probably healthy, Crocus shoots out of the water and stands up.
I've never been underwater before.
How was it?
You can't breathe down there.
Yeah. You be careful. But if it was fun, you can go back. Okay, there you go. But just one more time.
Just like,
it hurts. It hurts to smile this much.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Oh no!
Aboleth? Anyone?
Aboleth?
Let's go. 7.
You swim in the water of the lake for a long time, coming up and breaching out of the water and splashing.
I'm also very much keeping an eye on him like a mom at the beach.
You leave that symbol so written into the stone, change is coming. And I think your last look at the water here, Crocus, as you emerge and drown.
The last breath leaves.
As you prepare to depart from this place, and Arrow, it's been many years since you were here, your eyes move, looking for something under the snow familiar, but it's been years and years and years. Is there anything, as you prepare to move farther on up into the peaks towards that spot on the map, that you do in this moment to say farewell to the snowy lake?
I walk down to the edge of the water. I don't go in like Crocus. She used to love to swim in it, and I could barely stomach it. Too cold for me. But I dip both my hands in up to the elbow to feel close to her and stand, rub the water around on my hands and knuckles. Pick up one small gray-white stone and just turn it over and over in my hand as we leave the place.
Turning the small gray-white stone over and over in your hand, you remember her face here at the side of the lake, turning her holy symbol of the Moon Weaver, inscribed on a small gray-white stone, over and over again in her hand, smiling with a certainty that better days were ahead. As you move into the mountains, I will ask for another survival check to try to get where you're heading.
That beautiful moment, right?
That beautiful moment.
21.
19.
8.
18.
3.
Our lowest roll is an 18. You ascend the snowy banks. It is a long, hard day's travel, but you know these mountains very well, Arrow. And surging upwards as you go, you get to the edge of sort of the hunting area. And I think there's a moment as well, Garin, where you recognize or spot hidden behind a small curvature that there actually are some carved steps in the mountainside up here. Not dramatic, the kind that almost like if you were where people that were ascending a mountain's face or bouldering would maybe have one masonry block because you need a step right here and the rest you can do naturally. So it's not a carven staircase going all the way up, but it's clearly a path that was tended to by hand, adjusting and molding in careful places here and there in an ascending path up the snowy mountainside. As you go, the sun begins to set, but as dangerous as the snow is, there's not thick ice that's set in up here, and the snow is enough, and you're moving now sort of the moon is getting a little bit bigger each night, so you have some moonlight to get up. And as you get up to the very, very top, there is a flat stone and a place where a scraggly high-altitude pine comes down and its roots hit the rock and stretch down around the outside of the rock. And anyone who wants to can give me a perception check. Give me the D12 for stone cunning here. Did anyone get above a 10?
17.
17, what'd you get?
18.
Also 18.
7.
Oh, I got a nat 20.
Nat 20!
I didn't realize this
There we
skull on
go.
this die. Yeah.
The roots stretch down the face of a promontory. So you're on a flat stone. You're high up. The promontory is it's about 20 or 25 feet to the edge of this mostly level. It's a little bit slanted up rock that's sort of surveying out over the valley. But even up here, the winds are just and you can see open air. You're way up on the mountainside now. And look down, you see far beneath you a day's work getting up higher as the snowy valley moves out away from you. Open sky, flurries of snow, little gaps in the clouds here and there where starlight or moonlight breaks through, but mostly just, the snow is moving so much that there are places of the sky where the stars and snow commingle and it's hard to tell one from the other. On a nat 20, you look and see that there's this promontory face where the roots come down, and the roots are natural, but they do come almost as a perfect circle. And you start to get a twitchy finger, and your stiletto is there. And you swear to God, there's it's rough. It's a rough stone face, right? It's unworked stone. It's gotta be unworked stone, right?
Arrow, Garin, do you see on the face of the promontory where those roots kind of go like that? That doesn't look natural, right? Looks weird.
It's a rock. Kind of looks like a face.
Yeah.
And I think you see a little crack in the rock that your stiletto would be thin enough to get into.
Huh. Well, then I do that. Just slowly stick my stiletto in and kind of wiggle it around. Actually, I'm gonna put my earbuds in and try to see if I can hear as I'm doing something. Yeah.
On a nat 20, you go to crack the safe.
Yeah.
and you guys see Phaedra sort of standing up on one of the root ledges there.
I don't think that's how this works.
Money work.
And the stone slides back and rolls to one side. And you see welcoming shadow. The smell, rather than being the dim and dank smell of freezing stone collecting moisture inside, smells richly of herbs and dry wood deep in the darkness.
How did you do that?
I don't know. Do you remember this? You know this place, right?
I don't know this.
Huh.
How did I do that?
I would like to. Check for any kind of danger traps, I guess.
Give me an investigation check.
Investigation's not great.
Danger trap.
It's the danger traps. My investigate. Another nat 20.
You're fucking. Do you move in ahead of everybody?
I think so. At least I would do a visual check first, just to see if there's anything obvious, and then step into it.
I would like. So all of you are out on the promontory as Phaedra sort of slinks into the shadows for a second. What's the noise they would hear upon Phaedra discovering an enormous quantity of treasure?
You just hear a. Whoo!
Crocus goes hears that noise, not understanding what it means, and just goes barreling into the thing to find it.
I follow Crocus.
Fuck! Come in here, guys.
As all of you enter into this new area, you walk in and see a hidden chamber high in the mountains. Immediately upon entering, Nia, you see a symbol of the Moonweaver, almost identical to Luce's holy symbol, inscribed on the back of the door hidden here. A hidden secret place. The smell is of not only dry wood and safety, but cinnamon and spices. As you walk into this chamber, you move in and see books, works of art, piled high. It seems almost like a dragon's hoard, except there's no big massive pile of gold for a great worm to sleep on. Instead, it looks as though the treasures of a world in the process of being destroyed have been carefully hidden on the tall peak of a remote mountain where none could find them. This place feels like a cache. It feels, and truly in this way, the way things are stored here is they are not necessarily stored like an armory, although there are some things that are sort of out and more available. But I think what you notice is that there is a loving order to the things here, but that order is based in matters of the heart. I think immediately on a 20 investigation, you see that there is a massive, shining, silvery shield with draconic runes all around the outside and a proud, rampant dragon that's breathing. It shines with captured moonlight, and the hands of craftsmen from another age have wrought the shield in its shimmering starlight, and right next to it is a collection of 2 little stuffed dolls that are completely mundane, but so well loved that they sit in an equal place of honor.
Fuck.
I know, fuck. This must belong to someone. Who the fuck would be out here hiding?
This chamber, a small fireplace. You see that there is a table that doesn't have any provisions or rations on it, but you can see that meals were well prepared here. There's some husks of wild garlic cloves that have sort of blown as garlic paper, garlic husk does, over to a corner.
So this isn't a place where an inch of dust sits.
No.
This has been
used recently. And you see steps moving up out of here as if towards another entrance elsewhere on the mountainside. But the
fire's not lit though, right?
No. The fire's not lit. As you look at it, As you go towards it, though, on that 20 investigation, you hover a hand over the fire, and a little bit of dust falls, and there is a little bit of not an ember, but the fire here was not that long ago. It has died, but it was not that long ago that there was a lit fire here.
Look back towards the entrance and see it. Make sure there's nobody coming from behind where we entered.
They're behind me, aren't they?
Sorry. Yeah, you can answer that.
As you whip around to look, make sure that no one is following you. You don't see anyone out that way. But there are so many different belongings here as you all go around and search for them. And I will say this as well. As you look around Arrow, that shield with the rampant dragon on it, as your eyes alight across it, you are stunned to behold your mother's shield.
The one?
The one. The one and same. You look at it and see this gleaming, shining shield, and as you look at the back, you see it's like looking at the magical component of it. It's like, oh, that can't be. And then you look at the back and see a tiny piece of twine still tied around the handhold that you remember watching her tie there as a child to strap it to a saddlebag.
I will, stunned, wander over to it and hoist it up in two hands. There has never been a week like this week.
What is that, Arrow?
It's a shield.
Yes.
This belonged belonged to my mother.
Oh.
That shield belonged to your mother.
She
Paladin.
wasn't up here with you, right?
No. Core Paladin of the Platinum Dragon of the Order of the Last Banner. Last seen when I was maybe 11 years old.
Weird.
Is there a lot of other platinum dragon stuff in this room, or is there does there seem to be any kind of specific religious
You begin to see other religious iconography on a nat 20.
Yeah.
Where's my notebook?
Oh, yeah. Sit over there.
If you want some stuff, you behold your mother's shield, which held the name in her time of Honor's Last Stand. I think on that 20, looking around for things that seem of like the most utility. Looking for the things that are clearly magical. First and foremost, for yourself, having sort of jimmied the lock on this door, there is an extremely magical-looking key dangling from a cord that you can see around the sort of away from the teeth of the key at the sort of handle, has a symbol of a maze or labyrinth on it.
Huh. Okay, I take the key.
Here you go.
Oh!
A bunch of stuff. This sort of work that has occurred here, and I think it is not that this place is dedicated to the Platinum Dragon, but as a hiding place, you can see that whoever has been here has been knowing that the world has been at war between the prime deities and the betrayers. Those relics of the prime deities that would most be sought and destroyed by the forces of destruction have been hidden away here. You also I think you do actually find some items of other deities that are in this place, perhaps more than would make sense for you to be able to carry. But you do find, thinking of your friends who now travel with you, you do find some that are dedicated to the Moonweaver specifically. And you do find some that are dedicated to the Allhammer as well. I think that you look and see over by the fire, near some like pokers and tongs hanging from a hook, is a gorgeous steel-crafted hammer with beautiful knotwork and dwarven runes around it, hanging from a thick leather cord that seems to have that symbol of itself like embossed on the hammer is the Allhammer. And you see that there is a symbol sort of imprinted on the base of the haft of a fire roaring in a hearth. And you find an exquisite silver-wrapped hand mirror. The hand mirror is just sort of lying on the table where it seems that like work was being done here. So those two objects you find here as well.
Hey, Garin, Nia, check this out.
Nia goes to look at the mirror.
Phaedra comes out holding a mirror and like dragging the hammer. Check this out.
Oh, right. Size differential.
It's the size of me. Yeah.
Who lives here?
Nia takes the mirror, inspects it, looks at it. You mentioned earlier there was a passage leading to another room.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Nia just clocks that, and before making a move towards it, I think Phaedra comes back with those goodies.
I think you take the mirror. You see it is beautifully sculpted and wrought. It seems to be spun of starlight and silver, crafted by fey hands. As you look at it, what is Nia most feeling in this moment?
Nia, after not sleeping well, she feels weirdly restless and antsy. She feels as though she is on the precipice of something great. She's antsy to get through that passage and see what's on the other side of this, but she looks in that mirror, beholding her own face for the first time in a minute. Goes to see if her locks in the front are not fusing or anything. They're fine. And she just looks at herself and reflects on the lessons, the loss. She thinks of Luce in this moment. Looks at that Moonweaver symbol carved into the wall. She feels very solemn, but also has an understanding that this feeling may not last much longer.
This feels as impossible as meeting a moon man from Ruidus. What is this place?
Nia, you look at the mirror and see your face. Over your shoulder in the mirror, Liana smiles at you, raises a finger to her lips, and rushes up the back staircase.
Takes the mirror, dips.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage.
Okay. She takes the mirror with her.
Yeah.
That's a nat 20!
Oh my god. That nat 20 stealth check means that none of you see as Nia actually and literally goes invisible and vanishes. The moon's mirror, a vestige of Divergence.
Oh my goodness!
As you rush away, For the rest of you who are in here, go ahead. That nat 20 investigation is awesome. Everyone else, go ahead and give me any perception or investigation or any other checks you would make in this impossible place.
19 perception.
19 perception. Hell yeah.
12.
12.
I'm like shit today.
Oh, good.
12 for me as well.
12. I think looking at this shield, something it can't all be real, and yet the only reason this place is a miracle, can't exist, shouldn't exist. Why would something good happen? Why would something good happen? And yet you came here because an insect glowed on a section of the map that you'd never drawn over. You've been following the advice of a bug to arrive in a room on the top of a mountain. Why do good things ever happen? And yet, from time to time, they do. You look, I think, on that 12 and behold Phaedra holding aloft this hammer from the fireplace that you look at, and much like Arrow, your memory has not ever been that good. It's either your son's or your dad's or your nephew's or somebody's from some time, but you recognize that hammer. There can be no mistake.
I think they very, very well have died in those pits, and this has all been an illusion. Let me see. Thanks.
You hold it aloft, and my God, it looks like the holy symbol that you carved into the wall of the watchtower the night before.
That's what it is. I was trying to figure out. Hammer seems simple and on the nose, but I've carved this a lot in the early days. Built a few temples that didn't pay too much mind. It was kind of strange to be trying to find faith the time the gods leave us, but what else is this but a miracle?
Yeah.
The Hearth's hammer. And Crocus, on a 19, you're opening up a wooden chest. And you see that it is, I don't know if you're able to read, but Phaedra, you're there working. This key around your neck is pretty incredible here. I'll also say on a nat 20.
Mm-hmm. God damn, all right.
So much.
Keep it coming.
Yeah.
Nat 20, give it.
All those nat 20s. Brandon's gonna take my car in real life and fill it back up with gas and bring it back.
You gotta reward a nat 20 at a crazy story moment. I'll say you grab that key and you notice that there is this beautiful little sort of dull ruby set in the center of the maze on it. And the ruby sort of glows with a little bit of light and points you towards a leather tarp wrapped thing, and you open it up and find it's about the size of your body. You have to like brace yourself to hold it up. There is a jet black heavy crossbow. I'll go ahead and pass this over to you. I made you all be 0th level, and this is my contrition. This is me saying,
Thank you, sir.
Here's a bunch of stuff.
Thank you, sir.
This is for me. Can I use a heavy crossbow?
Yes, you
I
can.
can.
What
As a rogue,
name?
Yeah. Condemner.
The Condemner.
And for you, my friend, there is a chest that Phaedra, you can read there's a name on it you can read that I'll write down as you're looking through this chest together. There is some actual like gold in here if you guys want to take some. It's been a weird life of mostly not needing it.
Yeah, it kind of looks like trash.
Yeah.
I take 1 gold.
Yeah. For good luck.
Yeah. You never know having 1 gold can never do you harm, I think.
Anyone else here concerned or perturbed that whoever is mighty enough to have collected such a fine assortment of objects likely is quite capable in Perhaps not very happy to see these go missing.
Very much so.
Maybe, but they're not here right now, I guess.
We don't know that.
That's true.
I want another powerful entity looking to subjugate us.
Yeah.
Where's Nia? Don't know.
And right before we go to Nia, Jasmine, you find this. There is a label that I've written on this magic item that, as you are passing through it, Crocus has just opened up and can't read the label on the chest.
Oh, shit. This is a Grupnin vault.
As you open that chest and find a number of scrolls, books, writings, you see a beautiful gem-like orb in the center of the chest. And you see that it rolls very gently, as of its own volition, towards you, Crocus. And you see rolls up towards the gift from Celeste, those hands of the knowing mentor, and you see that just about the shape and size of those hands.
Is that this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then pass you the paper.
Does it fit?
It fits like a dream. And you can't help but feel some degree of comfort. And there's some part of almost like having put two puzzle pieces that fit just right together. They move and touch. Outside on the mountain peak, Nia, you
Very
move.
focused on my mirror, sorry.
Your wonderful mirror. Holding the mirror invisibly, you rush up to the snowy. You rush up the stairs. Another entrance you get up to is already open and snow is pouring out of it.
Liana? Go.
You rush out onto a snowy promontory.
Liana!
You look out. Far off, the valley dips and rises again. The peak nearest to you, distant but unmistakable. Through the snow, your sister turns to face you. Flurry of snow moves. She turns around and smiles.
Liana!
Nia.
Okay, now, before I run, you said I am atop a peak of something, peak of a mountain. I just don't want to trip and fall and hurt myself.
Did you say she's on a distant peak?
She's on a distant peak.
How far away?
You stand on a ledge, look down at a drop of about 120 feet. Cool. Opens up, and on a distant one, you have no idea how she's over there, but you see she's turning and smiling, the snow moving back and forth between you. You see that she smiles, holds a hand, and goes, I knew you'd make it!
How did you get over there? Come here! Come here this instant! We crying. I mean, either you come here or I find my way to you and I might not survive it.
I've always loved you, and I will always love you.
What are you talking about? Come, you have to meet Arrow. You have to come.
We couldn't think of any other way. Snow swirls around her. Her body collapses and falls.
Nia can't get to her. She gets as far as she possibly can to her and then sees that there is a drop and falls to her knees and is just confused and frustrated and not understanding that she just is really confused. She doesn't know what's happening right now. She feels as though she's gotten so close to something, and it's right there in front of her, and the fact that she flashes back to watching Luz fall, and she's back in that moment of, I am here. It should be enough. This cannot happen. I'm here. You waited for me. I told you to wait for me. I'm here.
So close to holding her again. You feel the depth of confusion and hurt at something that defies reason, doesn't make sense. And in this moment of loss again, you have been saying to everyone that change is coming. You have been giving the face of hope to everyone that you can. And why you? Why now do you have to lose this when you have tried so hard to make it easy to believe that a better day was coming? And in this moment of loss, the clouds part and the brightest crescent moon you have ever seen shines on you.
She takes the symbol out of, she takes Luz's symbol out of her bag and points it up to the moon and says, we had a deal. You took Luz. I told you to keep her. We had a deal. Get me to her. Bring her to me. I cannot do this again. Please. Please. We had a deal. And she just is wordlessly bargaining with a god that she has a really interesting relationship with at this very moment, but she is bargaining with a god. Just, she's shaking, she can't get those words out, but she is, with every bit of her intention, holding this symbol with both of her hands and being like, I did everything I could. I did everything right. I stayed hopeful. I never faltered. You cannot punish me for this. You cannot punish me like this.
You remember the scorn with which Ondetra dismissed Luz and said, I will not have these words spoken near me. And it struck you as so petty and unkind to those that had just healed her. Do you feel that your rage in this moment, in the face of this injustice, this loss, do you feel that your rage is petty and undeserving?
No. Nia genuinely feels that her rage is coming from a place of deep, deep faith. She believed with every bit of her that she and her sister would meet at the moon again. And she let that faith guide her through the depths of hell. And to see her faith cast aside, she feels her rage is properly, it may not be properly placed, but she does not have the capacity to critique her feeling right now.
Your rage is an affirmation of your faith, not a refusal of it. In this moment, seeing the snow begin to cover Liana's distant body and the pain and cruelty of not being able to rush to her, not being able to go to her side, having been so close to that moment of reuniting, can Nia understand and give voice and wholeness to what it means to rage against and be let down by something you believe in? Can you be disappointed in something you believe in? Or is that a contradiction?
That's a great question. I think it is possible. I think Nia's disappointment, her confusion, her frustration, I think it is still rooted in that belief. It's less a rage outward and pointed at something. It's a rage that sits within herself. It's like she has so much energy and no idea where to put it, and she had a place for so long, and that place is now gone. I think Nia's a walking contradiction. She's constantly saying one thing and meaning another, and meaning one thing but saying something else, because in her mind it all makes sense, because it's all been drawing to this one point. So in very Nia fashion, I think it's a little bit of both.
In this moment, holding the holy symbol, looking at Nia's body, looking at Liana's body, do you accept that you are whole within the contradiction of yourself? Or must there be a victor? Must something break in the face of your rage? Does something have to pay for this?
No. I don't think Nia's the type of person to seek revenge in that sort of way, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah.
Nia thinks back to the last time she saw her sister in the flesh and fully, and recalled saying to her, "We're all we need." And she sees her body. And realizes that even in that moment, she contradicted herself. She is whole. She can be all that she needs in this moment. And also feel like she has lost something great. Another contradiction. But yeah, she can be whole and still be contradicting.
Snow, wind. Your God has let you down, but you believe in your God. The world has let you down, but you believe in the world. You hear your sister's voice on the wind. If you believe, come to my side. Come here.
Nia gets up. She listens to that voice. And in her, I don't even think she says it out loud, but she's like, "How? How?"
believe. You won't fall.
Nia steps towards the ledge, keeps all of her weight on her back foot, and just sort of, no, with purpose, she attempts to put a foot out.
As the four of you realize Nia is missing and rush to search for her, Nia, you step forward. This is a really bad idea. But, contradictorily, it's the best idea. As all of you watch Nia step on a solid beam of moonlight and walk through the sky to her sister's body.
That's not possible. There's no way this should be happening.
She, as soon as she realizes that this will work, as she knew it would, scrambling, trips, hands and knees, getting to her sister's body. Is it actually her?
You arrive, you see Liana, the bridge of moonlight stretches before you, and as you arrive, you see her. Beautiful smile on the face of her body. As you go to her, the moonlight keeps building around you. As you kneel at your sister's side, moonlight swirls, and a beautiful woman with your sister's face, the size of a mountain, made of moonlight, is kneeling over you. All of you see the Moonweaver here in this space embrace, and you feel tears of light streaking down her face and falling to you.
Do I also see the Moonweaver?
Yes, you do.
Nia doesn't let go of her sister, but she looks up to her god and just, she goes to question, she wants to. Will I see her again?
You don't recognize me? The Moonweaver wears Liana's face, or perhaps it is more correct to say that Liana wore the Moonweaver's. You look and see the Moonweaver's hand caresses your cheek. She diminishes in size to be near you in this moment.
Just hugs her.
She kisses your cheek, and you smell your sister, and she is with you and around you. And she holds you tight, and she says, I didn't want to say goodbye. I didn't know how much I'd want to stay.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't say it now. Just, please don't say it now. Just.
She hugs you and says, I promise you that a day is coming where we will be sisters forever in the moonlight. And I hope that day is very far away.
Not too far. While holding her beautifully glowing sister, she realizes that she kept her promise. And it is not nearly like how she imagined it. And she, like cupping her hands when the rain fell, just says thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know when, I don't know how. I'm not meant to, but you do. So I will follow you. I will continue to listen. I will continue to search. And I will find you.
She looks and says, we're leaving.
Who is we? You keep saying we.
She looks up at the sky.
She understands. Okay.
You have to know, I grew up side by side with you, and I knew that there was something strange inside me, but...
Not strange. Beautiful.
She weeps openly, and she just says, I found it all out. I had visions and dreams that something was coming, that I was carrying something inside me.
Yeah.
And when we separated the last time, when I left you with Arrow to go and find our parents, and you guys watch a god of Exandria talking to her mortal sister, talking about their parents, and says, they made it to Vasselheim.
Oh my God.
So they're there. They're there. You can go find them there, but we're leaving. And we're making... There will be a blanket of magic over this world so that no god can ever touch it again. But we couldn't leave the world on its own.
Yeah.
And my other siblings, the gods, weren't sure that we would be able to share our gifts with the world. And I said, if our love for them is true, then it will pass the mantle of protection. It will pass through the gate. And they said, how can a love be strong enough to pass the barrier that even the gods cannot pass? And I said, looking at my siblings, the love of one sister for another will be strong enough to pass. And it had to be you. And I'm sorry.
It's okay. It has to be. It is okay.
I'll be the first to go. And I know that you'll be strong enough to show that this love is still here, even when I'm far away.
She takes both of her hands, kisses them, and says, as she often does say, it is unending.
Unending.
You'll watch us, though, from that place you go to where you cannot reach us.
She looks up at the moon and smiles. In all of the vastness of realms divine, no gift was greater than one mortal life with you.
Just hugs her.
She embraces you.
Sobbing, openly sobbing, weeping, shaking, crying. Luz, can you see her? Thank you. Can you see her? Is she with you too? Is she in that place we cannot reach as she fell? But I have this.
You hold the holy symbol, and there is already a hand of light holding it with you, as in shimmering moonlight Luz is by your side.
Nia's stunned.
Luz, other smiling faces, beautiful to behold. Twinkling of light and snow, fairies of ice and wind surrounding this place. Luz smiles in the snow flurries and vanishes and reforms, and she is there again and gone.
Did you send those fireflies that one day?
You see that Liana or the Moonweaver, whichever you prefer.
You should call her Liana.
Liana smiles and says, "Huh?"
Nia laughs, that being enough answer she needs, and just soaks in these moments with the person that she could not possibly imagine life without, and realizes that she does not have to.
You'll never be without me. But you will have to prove to them that there is a way. That when we leave, we're not really gone. You will be the first.
I will not be the last, I swear it.
She kisses you on the cheek, embraces you.
Super tight hug. And she's like taller than her in the way that younger sisters are always taller than their older sisters. And just like leans her head, like the top of her head against her cheekbone, or moon bone, cheek light bone, and just savors. And it feels like forever, and just savors and savors and savors.
Your sister departs, having lived a mortal life in this place, returning to her divine realm. And Rhaenyra Saf becomes the first cleric in Exandria who wields the power of a departed god. That's where we'll take our break.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
The living lands is fractured, both in nature and in politics. There is no easy path from here. The choice is yours, as will be the consequences. History waits for you. Go meet it.
Oh, hello. You're here to learn about Beacon, not only the extraordinary home for everything Critical Role, but also the best way to support the very important work that we do here.
Can someone zip me up?
I know what you're thinking. What's in it for me? What do members get? Exclusive early access to tickets for live events, access to our members-only Discord server, instant video on demand and podcast access right after each episode drop, 10% discount on all merch in all 5 international online shops. With your support, more content is possible.
It's just some immersion therapy. Keep your eyes open.
We've got Beacon exclusive series like Critical Role Cooldown, where you get to sit around the table right after an episode ends, and Fireside Chat, our community Q&A powered by the Beacon Discord, and questions from members like you.
Hey, Ashley?
Yeah?
Do you want me to get you a new Mr. Plushie? Because this guy is rough.
No!
I'm just gonna wash him, man.
And if that isn't enough, we've got series like Critical Role Abridged, Reslayer's Take, and Midst. Above all, Beacon is the best way to directly support Critical Role, our staff, and everyone who helps shape our company into what it is today.
I come to you in 3.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role.
phenomenon in the distance begins to coalesce faster now, and you begin to see the shape of an enormous, four-legged creature, easily 30 feet tall, begin to step out of mist. An enormous, fiery antlered elk with eyes lit up, hooves decorated with dangerous-looking spikes, and an aura of wavering spectral energy, blasts out of nothingness and gallops towards the development site.
Oh gosh, it's coming right at us.
Hey critters, Laura Bailey here to guide you through what's new in the Critical Role shop. Style should never be a dumpster, darling. Roll an investigation if you want. It's basically perfect. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. Oh goodness, it's overpowering. Look at this. Isn't it fashion? So much fashion happening here. This is pretty badass. Oh, so comfy cozy. This is a lot of stuff, you guys. We have like so many cool things right now. And hey, if you want, you could head over to the Critical Role shop right now.
In play, it felt so good.
Everybody's engaged at the same time.
The hope and the fear mechanics are a wild role-playing ride.
The game is called Daggerheart, our own fantasy tabletop RPG we've been developing. It's a unique 2d12 dice rolling system that ensures that every roll of the game has some sort of impact on the game itself.
It really fosters that collaborative roleplay aspect.
Character building lets you do your own thing and organically be like, actually, I'll take a little of this, a little of that.
You can be an unlikely combination of things. The hope and fear mechanics to me really feel more like the score of a good film.
Mounting fear just added a different layer of tension to the game.
The tactileness is really exciting for me. I just feel very represented in this game.
I would absolutely play again.
Daggerheart is fun as hell to plus.
I absolutely love Daggerheart.
It's gonna be something real special, and it's just the beginning.
This week on Critical Roadshow, we've traveled to one of several sets in the Critical Role studios. This particular set is where Four-Sided Dive is filmed, along with other famed productions, such as that one Critmas promo, that other Critmas promo, as well as several other promos. We've brought in our finest antique dealer to evaluate and appraise items that have been brought in from every corner of the building. We go now to our first item.
As I understand, there's an interesting story about how you came into possession of these items.
Yeah, so I was playing a game of street dice in Macau, and the stakes got pretty high. Almost lost a finger, but I didn't. And, you know, I came out on top, won a Soviet submarine, no big deal.
This is a rare find. These keys, user manual, and most importantly, signal beacon are from the Shuka-class Project 671 RTM. And while they had a payload of Zircon hypersonic and Onyx anti-ship missiles, they were never able to provide an exclusive Discord, pre-sales for live events, or 10% off merchandise. I'd appraise a functional military sub of this era at about $400 million.
Ooh! It is docked in Vladivostok right now, but I'm gonna go pick it up and bring it back here. No problem. Yes!
Truly a rare find. So what do we have here?
Well, I heard that you're giving away tons of cash for people who bring in cool stuff, so I brought this.
Is that a photo of Kevin Beacon?
I'm sorry, did you say Kevin Bacon or Kevin Beacon?
Wonderful actor, classic photo, and signed. However, unlike a Beacon membership, it does not provide instant access to all new content. So I'd estimate this between $6 to $7.
That's it? Okay, fine, I'll take the money.
Oh, I don't buy any of the items, I just estimate their value.
And you get paid for this?
Yeah.
Wow, I need to become a voice actor.
Truly a rare find. Now this is a truly exciting discovery. This Beacon lettuce and tomato sandwich is exquisitely crafted, beautifully designed. While you can enjoy a meal like this for a few minutes, a Beacon membership unlocks thousands of hours of entertainment. Now available on desktop and mobile.
I'm trying to eat my lunch.
Truly a rare find. And what do we have here?
Yeah, you said you needed stuff with the word beacon on it, so I found this prop from an old Beacon promo.
Ah yes, Beacon promos are great and well-written content. But Beacon also has a number of original series, such as Reslayer's Take, Critical Role Cooldown, and Crit Roll Abridged, as well as more to come, all available when you have a membership to Beacon. I value this record at 75 cents.
Okay, I think you can dial it back, sweetheart.
Truly a rare find. And what did you bring?
What? No, I didn't. I'm looking for Jared. He took my signed Kevin Bacon picture. I signed it myself. Jared? No? Not ringing a bell. He's our junior lore keeper. Jared, I think, maybe. I'm gonna say Jared.
Truly a rare find. Now this may be the find of the day, a Beacon membership. May I hold it?
Yeah, just be careful.
Of course. The craftsmanship, the design, the understated beauty. A Beacon membership is only $5.99 a month, but is absolutely priceless. Truly irreplaceable.
Dude.
Well, that was most interesting. But please do become a Beacon member, because the poor sap who wrote this has added this text to the teleprompter to say that they will get sacked if this ad doesn't do well. The end. The end? Who writes the end at the end of a teleprompter feed? Don't let whoever did that touch the teleprompter ever again. Worst writing ever. God, jeez.
Omar's on his way to me. He's on his way to you. Ayo. So fluffy. Ayo. So cuddly. I hope he gets here soon.
Hello and welcome back to Exandria Unlimited Divergence. We just been crying our asses off.
What's that?
Tears! Tears!
Slightly less bad.
Those of you who are here behold a bridge of moonlight, and all of you witness truly a miracle. In this moment, you are left holding Snow and Wind, your mortal sister, bearing the spirit of one of the great gods of Exandria, swirls in snow and light, ascending to the moon, and a bridge of moonlight welcomes you back to the vault. Your friends have witnessed this miracle. You have now seen several gods striding the land. This one much less fearsome than the Strife Emperor and less imposing than the Storm Lord, that knelt and spoke with one who now wields her magic.
Right. Is that your sister?
The proudest she has ever been. Yes, it was.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't have to.
What things have we seen in the past day that have made any sense?
No. There's a lot.
You can see he has the amulet around his neck.
I don't your sister had the god inside of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Something like that.
All right. I'm figuring it out.
You got it.
I am.
All right. And Crocus kind of he's pacing back and forth, and you can see him that he's thinking, which is not something he does.
Yeah.
I am. So she did this. This is her place. Collected all these things, put them together to stop them from being used against good people.
I think so.
Right.
I didn't ask her many questions. But I think someone or someones knew that these artifacts, these objects would be incredibly important and decided to protect them until the right folks came along.
Right. Okay.
And she and her kin truly are drawing away from the world.
She said that her and her siblings are moving away from this world in a way that none of their magic will be able to touch us in the way it did before.
Like the Storm Lord that insinuated.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized something. Okay, the belt does that. This is not just a belt. That's why I did the. Okay. All right. How do you all do this so much? I don't understand.
Yeah. What's up with you? You're a lot more coherent than normal.
I think it's this.
Give me an investigation check.
Okay. Investigation is very. Are you kidding me? What?
Please.
Another natural 20.
You're This is insane.
Dice is illegal.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mr. Natural 20.
I got one yesterday.
You had like 3 in one day, though, guy. Let's not.
You hold this orb in the palm of your hand, hanging from this amulet around Crocus's neck, and flashing images throughout the orb. Go ahead and read the name of the magic item, if you'd be so kind.
Orb of Avalier. It is an amulet. It's sort of an amulet on the thing, and it gives me +6 bonus to intelligence and +4 bonus to wisdom, a new tool proficiency, and a new language to any who carry it.
Whoa.
These are the ambient effects of it. Now, I think on a nat 20, if this were in the hands of wizards, then great and terrible workings could be wrought. So if you want any great and terrible workings wrought, you would just hand this to a wizard. In Crocus's hands, flashes of images, whispers of various languages, the history of a time that has been long since destroyed. Images of an...
Leo's taking his time.
We're doing the fucking trilogy.
You gave Killer Croc all the knowledge of the ancient world.
Because when you give it to Smarties, we saw what happened. Okay?
I love it. I love it.
Oh, this rules.
Poetry.
You see images of a winged man in Icefora flying across ash-covered skies, a family, a daughter holding an orb, seeing the image of a beautiful elven woman, a crown of gold and long strands of white hair, secrets and knowledge of 1,000 years of plumbing the depths of arcane lore to seek the secrets of Exandria and the nature of magic itself, pulled through time, handed from one talon to another across the centuries of the calamity. You see an old and gray-feathered Icefora woman passing the orb on to someone else and warning of what it meant down through generations until, choked by fire and ash in a great clash of combat in a battle, a badly wounded Icefora warrior with an image of an eye on their chest, 2 hawks in their hands, these bladed weapons, hands to Liana, to remove it from conflict in the world, giving it to someone who knows a secret hiding place where things this dangerous can be kept. Cannot believe you rolled a nat 20. Yeah. Where things this can be kept. On a nat 20,
I love when you say that.
You said it so much today.
You gotta. I've said it so much.
Crazy. It just gets better every time. Yeah.
My God, the fact that you guys came in like we must go to Vegas immediately after.
Yes. Oh yes.
Hot. What you see on that 20 as well is Liana. This young half-elven woman, rushing across. As Nia, there's a reason Nia has the wanderer background. Liana and Nia both were extremely well-traveled, which is a dangerous thing to be able to say during the calamity, which you now wonder if that's even the appropriate name for whatever this age you are now in, where miracles abound and things happen. You feel like your mind is being stretched once a day past the breaking point. Mm-hmm. Looking at the images here, you see the orb being handed to Liana in a moment of the Icefora, eyes narrowing. See these proud avian warriors looking and seeing with eyes similar to the narrowing of their own sort of eagle-like eyes, gazing and seeing something within Liana. You see Liana collecting these goods throughout here. You see her kneeling by the stone, and I think on that nat 20, you see her laying the body of a white dragonborn, beautiful white dragonborn woman to rest in the ice and snow, looking at peace. And it is in that moment, seeing the symbol of the Moonweaver on the holy symbol, held within the hands of the woman that she lays to rest, that she looks up at the moon, truly opens her eyes for the first time, and recorded here on the orb, sees the truth. Many times in Exandria's history have the gods walked the world in mortal form. You see images of some walking in mortal form to board a ship to a flying city of strange and unnatural light. The mortal forms that were worn there were bent to great and terrible purpose. And you see that it is not only the gods whose love mortal beings know that have the ability to wear a mortal form. Other gods as well can hide themselves here. Why Liana wore a mortal form, you cannot say, but you see recorded on the orb that can record images and events as they happened, physically and materially here within the world of Exandria, but you cannot use it to see what was in Liana's heart or what she realized in that moment. But you see her looking up and her eyes glow white as she beholds the moon and knows truly that she lived a mortal life as the mortal sister of Nia, because something eternal wished to know the love of a mortal sibling. Well, it knew that love.
Wow. Okay, I pull my hand away from the orb and I say, this orb, it has knowledge of like history of magicians, of mages, of gods even. And I saw your sister, Nia. I saw Liana and a white dragonborn woman. I think this can record events as they're happening. It has shown me, it's just presumably showing you so much.
Yeah. Like a scribe?
I guess. But going back years and years and centuries of history and different faces. At least it's in good hands now.
It's a lot. I don't know if it's better.
Yeah, you okay there?
Yeah, my head hurts.
No.
Do you want to take a break?
No, I just... Are we sure no one's gonna mind if we take these things?
It seems that Liana was helping assemble this for exactly this purpose. For people like us.
You recall, too, that the miracle of this place, if a bug hadn't landed on a map, you would never find this place.
We were summoned here. This was for us.
Okay.
Well, good, because I wasn't going to give up the crossbow, so...
Crossbow?
Can you even
I know.
lift that?
Yeah. Check it out. Multi lift up this like heavy crossbow.
You're like holding it up on a knee.
Almost like step out of the way.
Whoa, whoa.
I'm gonna end up carrying that, aren't I?
I mean...
Mounted on you with a turret.
Yeah. Oh, that would be so fun. I
Get a little swivel chair, a little howdah on the back.
Small ballista.
Garn kind of lifts the hammer in his hand and says,
I don't think I've ever felt this old until this moment. Which way's north?
I poke my head out of the main entrance that we came in and point out north from here.
Yeah, you see up through the mountains, yeah.
That way. I fancy I'll make my last trek that way some point. Thank you.
So what are we doing?
What now?
What are we doing?
Brennan, what are we doing?
Liana told you that your parents went to Vasselheim.
My parents are in Vasselheim.
Oh, far.
I would love to see them, although I worry that they have been gods all along, and that they will fall into a snowy bank and come together in starlight.
I feel like the odds of that happening 2 more times are slim.
Crazy things have happened.
That's true.
Well, weirdly, I would say that the odds of your whole family being gods and you being the only mortal is less than if your sister was the only god and your whole family's mortal.
I don't know if I like smart Crocus. It scares me.
That would make more sense.
Very astute, Crocus. You're absolutely right.
Your sister led us this far, and it seems she's shown her light further down the path.
To Vasselheim.
That's gonna take a bit of time.
Well, I can't imagine what we have more than of time.
As Nia says this, the weight hits you. You have survived. You have fled. You have fought for the freedom of others and freed those you have found on the path. The immediacy of Nia finding Liana has passed as well. And as she says the name Vasselheim, the myth of Vasselheim has passed through different whispers, even in the height of calamity, where straggling groups of survivors make their way through the wastelands created by the warring of the gods. The Dawn City, the last city where all is safe, that the deities would do anything to protect. But who could make their way across stormy seas racked with monsters and endless choking ashlands to actually find their way there? But you've witnessed as many miracles in as many days as anyone has. Nia, you know that it may be where your parents are, and more than that, you have been called the first by a god to witness one departing from this world. Who knows how else that knowledge may be come by? There is a weight of responsibility on you as well.
Nia feels that, downloads that, and realizes that she has an incredible job to do. And it doesn't have to happen right now, but if we leave this place, I would love to go back to that sort of armory treasure room and see if there's any. You said books were in there, yes?
Many.
Are any of them blank?
Yes, you find parchment, quill and ink, yes.
She's gonna take one of those and give herself the task of writing down as much as she can remember from what Luz has told her, and write down the story of her sister, the Moonweaver. She'll take that in one book, and then she'll find anything that will just give her more information about her sister.
You take as much as you can, write everything that you can in this first rest. For the rest of you here, you bear treasures of an ancient world, artifacts that in whatever days of conflict and of chaos and of change and hope that are on their way, you carry knowledge and great weapons. You carry hope, and more than that, you carry the experience of having stood up for what is right and survived. There are other places in this world that need you. And though you do not have the urgency of short and scurrying survival, the certainty that you need just to keep moving forward, a new responsibility rests on your shoulders. The battle for survival is over. The battle that now comes is one of shaping what this new world will be.
Well, Vasselheim's quite a ways away, and lest you know of any, I don't have any knowledge of any working ports. What words I've gotten of societies on the western coast have long been destroyed, but decades past. But, like I said, I'm going north.
Well, we should check back in on Torm's Hill, I think.
Isn't that south?
Yes, maybe. That's out the where it's back where we came from.
Yeah, you guys have gone a little ways
Yeah,
north. But there's nothing stopping you. I mean, a far, long trek is completely... In other words, a part of you would simply go, you are not expected anywhere. Your only thing to do with is the rest of your lives here in Exandria.
Just understanding how weird Kevkedriel was.
All right, I take it back. I like smart crocus.
No, you get it, right? Like, what is his whole... Like, we've done some crazy things, but that guy... Yeah. No, I'm glad you're seeing this.
In this moment of conversation, I think Nia sidles up to Arrow and just... Where do you want to go? I have a idea of where I'd like to be, but it doesn't have to be today or tomorrow or instantly.
I will go where you go.
All right, then. She looks at Garen's hammer, and you say we have no knowledge of ports or an ability to cross the great oceans to get to Vasselheim. I think you have a tool to build one.
I mainly work in stone, but I can certainly try to learn. And just because I don't know of something doesn't mean it's not there to be found. I'll walk with you.
Aaron, when you first... You crossed an ocean to come here? Where did you first touch down?
Far to the west, and we're getting ahead of ourselves. We have a whole continent to cross before we solve the problem of the sea.
Aye, what remains of the expanse. The very least. But I'll walk with you to the shore till you find a ship. And then I'll decide there where I'm going. You all have a lot more time ahead of you than probably I do.
Don't say that.
Very well.
Still a long time to be thinking each other, remember?
Fair.
I think as we begin to filter out, I stop at one of the desks or tables with parchment on it. And I haven't even written in a long time, but I pick up a quill and dab it in ink. And on a piece of parchment, I write in the celestial that I dimly remember being taught by my father, Iridio, a very long time ago. If the world is just, let hope be reforged. And I pin it just inside the door of this place and leave.
Pinned inside the door, this secret sanctum holds tight and fast against the snow outside. The five of you know its location and the secret stair to ascend to it. The words in Celestial written on the inside. Everybody here make a perception check for me.
I think I grabbed some of the gold before I leave.
Yes.
I'll take a couple pieces.
Yeah, help yourself. Take a penny, leave a penny.
Take a vestige, take a vestige.
18.
17.
12.
Perception. 17.
15.
No one got a 20, right? No. So
weird, I know.
Come on,
so
guys.
as you leave, none of you are capable of perceiving or beholding that the words in Celestial on the back of the door ripple out over the belongings here, casting the Hallow spell on the cavern of this place. You move forward and begin to travel as
Lock it up, Phaedra.
Oh, what?
Key.
Oh, sure. I don't know if I can use it to lock stuff as much as break into. Well, was there even a door? It was just like a stone face.
It was a stone face that just, as you unlocked it, rolled.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think there's even a lock.
I mean, we should close the door.
I'll close the door. Yeah. Just
you close the door and it locks. It's like a New York City apartment door. It locks. It's just
okay.
That's, I don't know.
Part of the more spacious, but
yeah. I don't know how many people like have the experience as a little kid of a parent being like, check for keys before you close the door. That burned into my head.
Fair.
And all of you begin to depart. As you do so, you are going to, once again, make some survival checks. And unlike before, we're also going to make some luck checks as you begin to travel west. As you begin to travel west, I'll go ahead and get this first survival check from all of you.
16.
16.
Also 16.
16.
18.
18.
Brendan, it's a 1.
Hey! But you know what? That's a group check, and that's why we do them as a group. All of you begin to head out, and on this first one, you make your way over the countryside that in centuries to come will be known as the Mornset countryside, a land of free folk in the south of the continent that will, as well centuries from now, earn the name Taldore. You head out over rock and scrabble. It is about a little more, it's about 8 days of travel. And because you're not going to a specific location, I'm going to say that check is good enough to keep you traveling west. Cloud cover still rains out, but you have about 8 days of travel. The land is filled with fresh rainwater as you descend from the mountains into the lowlands, this valley sculpted out. You can't see them, but somewhere a few days east of you, maybe those first families from Torm's Hill are getting ready to head out with tools and lumber and things like that to go find farming in the valley and hopefully start making some food to bring back to all the folks in Torm's Hill. As you head out, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to let that survival check, which was a really good one, get you guys where you're going. I'm just going to roll some luck checks in front of the board because it is still a dangerous world out there.
If one of us dies, I'm going to be really sad.
You guys just... miracles abound. So on a 19 or 20, something miraculous happens. But also there is danger everywhere. So on a 1 through 5, you're in a lot of trouble.
Let's go.
Day 1. 19! Yeah! Something really wonderful happens. As you are striding...
Go through a cloud of whatever.
As you are striding through, in the middle of the night, all of you are sleeping. Who's keeping watch? Is like probably first in the night. Arrow's keeping watch. Something is moving towards you from the north. And you look out and see giants approaching you in the dark. They're way out in the dark past where you can see, but there are giants walking through the night.
Quietly shake Garin awake.
Yeah, hey.
I would have reached for Crocus, but I'm not convinced he wouldn't shout out. There's giants ahead?
What kind?
I can't tell. Or can I?
Go ahead and give me a nature check.
That's a 15.
Oh, you're wrong. It's not giants. There's a trick of the mind. It's a forest. It's just windy, but it's not windy. So the trees are moving. Why are the trees moving? Massive trees stride across the landscape, some 30 to 40 feet tall. And you suddenly realize that you're seeing the back of the group moving to you as the little ridge that you're hiding behind suddenly... A giant tree. You all wake up as a tree deep green eyes.
What magic is this?
It's just here with us, you're saying?
Sorry.
And turns to move around you. You see, it looks out and says, "What? Servants of the betrayers?"
No.
Us? Hell no.
No.
Walk around. Servants of the betrayers. These are not. And from the walking forest that begins to surround you, you see treants moving south. These treants are of like deep and ancient jungle trees. You see some of them have vines or like deep moss hanging from them as they begin to walk. And you see that as they sort of trudge across the land, they begin to split around you, like waking up at the vanguard of like a herd of elephants moving around your camp. Just, you see this treant looks down and says, "I am Katomwa."
Where do you travel to, Great One?
The land to the south is blighted. Nothing there may grow where the poison of the Strife Emperor remains. My mother has bidden me and my kin here a great jungle to create, to surround, withhold that poison land. She has smote him low.
Ooh. Weirdly, we were there.
Hey. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Small world.
You're telling me.
Would you like some magic nuts?
Yes.
It would be impolite to say no.
Yes.
Coconut size. Fall in his head. You guys get. I rolled a 7 and an 8 on 2d8. You guys get 15, not potion, but nuts of healing.
Oh.
All
right.
I love nuts of healing.
Oh, what? These nuts?
Now, sir.
And you see as they walk that literally as they pass, this was arid, kind of shattered rock. And you wake up the next morning to thick, luscious grass. Where they churned up the earth, it has already sprung up in their wake like a trail of footprints would be left by a normal human being. They have left green growing things in their wake. And in the distance, you can see that these saplings are beginning to pop up to the south of what will become a thick and mighty jungle.
Whoa.
All right, that's your first roll.
Off to a good start.
Again.
Can I toss something in?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
meant to pop it up before we got to that roll.
Yeah.
I think on their travels, Arrow will start to slowly teach Crocus Draconic.
So here's the thing.
You're taking that one?
I don't have to. I get to choose a language, but I will choose something else and allow this to happen.
Take the one you want.
No. I think it's good. I like it. Because
I think we can explain the language you're getting from this.
Yes, that's a good way to do it. Because I was wrestling with taking Draconic because I would have none of the cultural context of knowing a language why things mean. I would textbook know it, but I wouldn't understand it. So I would rather have it be informed from this. So I like this.
I like the idea of the two of them throughout the day, just monosyllabic at first and then longer and
Donde está la biblioteca?
Yes.
Right, okay, see.
Yes, absolutely.
You guys begin to trade Draconic back and forth. Arrow sharing your Draconic, both probably having from your father being a cleric of the Platinum Dragon, having that extremely specific grammatical knowledge, but also knowing how to speak it, actually how people speak it conversationally.
I want to learn conversational Draconic.
Exactly. Whenever I speak Draconic at the bank, I can't kind of understand what they're saying because I picked it up conversationally.
I just want to order a meal at a restaurant in Draconic. Just get through that.
And bathroom.
Great. We continue on.
6. Narrowly dodged. That's day 2. Day 3, 9.
Okay.
4.
5.
Gorgeous. There it is.
Go ahead, everyone, and give me. How are you traveling as you get through this vast countryside? Like, are you traveling during the day, during the night? Are you taking watches at night? I presume. Like, yeah. If there's any way that you would be traveling.
I mean, watches at night. Yeah, I would assume. But I think traveling during the day makes the most sense. Of just like. To me, it would seem, seeing as we're no longer currently in danger that we know.
Yeah.
It would just. That's the time when you're awake and you go and you.
Also, with the Morntet countryside being mostly open field for a lot of this, I imagine we probably want to utilize that field of vision while we travel to see anything that approaches, and then hunker down at night where we don't have that.
And I have a question, not a comment, but the Strife Emperor sort of occupied that portion of Gwasar. Do we have loose knowledge of any other shit like that on other parts of Gwasar, or was that the biggest dark stronghold of the continent?
So I think, Arrow, you would know that the area you were traveling in to get to Torm's Hill was some of the worst. That was a nasty pocket of extremely dangerous area. This area you would have not traveled through because it would have been impossible to find game here. Like, it's empty, open plains out here.
Where we are right now.
Where you are right now. But now there's river water. The ash was not as bad. It's not as volcanic here as it was elsewhere. And you see that, like, I think, like, on a given day here, you can kind of stay under the rolling hills. Like, it's not flat like how Kansas is flat. There's, like, very slight slopes to the hills here.
You can just
just
around
stay
the bases of those.
Yeah, stay low.
You would say we're not in Kansas anymore?
I'd say you're not in Kansas anymore.
That's for the theater people at home.
So
I'm right here.
And at this table.
Go ahead and give me. So you guys are just traveling. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Call it a difficulty 15.
Can I use my passive perception, Brandon?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Pendulum swing.
Ah, yes. That's a 1, naturally.
23.
15, exactly.
12.
As you are traveling, you begin to hear something far distant. And I think for Arrow and Nia, you can actually feel, and I think for Garner as well a little bit, you can hear the earth trembling.
Let's draw to a halt for a second.
Yeah, Phaedra loads her crossbow, which she has to do with her entire body.
You see, there's like a nearby little tree stump and a little. It's like not much, but there's kind of a little divot in the earth that you can go sort of dive in to get low. But there's something crazy happening maybe over the next hill. Do any of you make any attempt to investigate it, or do you hang out where you are?
Does it feel like the vibration is shifting or changing at all in intensity?
It's getting more intense. You can't tell if it's coming directly towards you, but something huge is happening.
I'd rather not have whatever's causing that surprise us.
I can take a look.
I think I can cast a second level divination spell to figure out what's...
An augury?
Yeah, an augury.
Yeah, awesome.
If it's possible.
So you propose a course of action you're considering, and the augury will tell you if that will go well or go poorly.
I guess I want to know if we are to get over that hill, would that be... Like, if we were to go see what's going on over there and, like, be visible to whatever is if we can see it, it can see us.
Yeah.
Is that a good idea to like hedge that bet?
Proposing the course of action to investigate, you reach out to your sister, your moon, and she immediately in your head sends a sense of urgency, panic, and danger, but one of you must cross the hill. That is the right course of action. Those across the hill must see you. You are in grave danger right now.
I deliver that message as soon as possible. We are in danger, but we must go see what it is.
Oh, I think then everything that we've seen in the past few days means we listen to that.
Yeah.
As you move in quickly, you move over, and whatever the sort of like gray rock and new dewy green grass has been, you cross the hill and see fire. There are thousands upon thousands of devils in the fields before you. Banners of the lords of the hells, some towering overhead. You see them in all directions, and as they amass in this way, you see, coming from the north, a gleam of radiant light. And you see a horde of unicorns charging across the field towards the devils and tearing through them like a knife through butter. Falling before you. However, right behind you, you hear a shriek. I need all of you to roll initiative.
Okay. I want a unicorn.
Look at this. Another not 20.
My
That
God!
is Jasmine!
That is
Absolutely
crazy.
insane.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unleash Condemner.
Yes.
Where are your guys' minis? Do you have them?
Right here.
They're all right there. Lovely.
Yeah.
Do you need more field pieces?
You know what? I well may.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Matt.
I've actually got a green map for you if you want.
Oh, let's do that. That's right.
Whole ground's moving.
Go ahead and let me know what everybody rolled.
Matt's just running up to his bedroom.
We got our desk. Oh, I don't have anything.
23. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Move his toys out of the way.
Hold on one
Dig under the bed.
We got a 23 over here. A 23 from Phaedra. What did we get from Arrow? 8. What did we get from Crocus?
11.
11. What did we get from Nia?
Also an 11.
How about that? Hell yeah. Okay. And then we'll see. Did we know what Garin rolled?
I don't think he rolled.
He rolled cool. No worries.
I think he may roll in a moment.
I like that we're watching Future turn into John Wick.
Do it here.
Yeah.
All right.
Side here. Hell yeah. Great.
Trees.
Here we go. Great. Boom. Lovely.
It's a field.
A field's fun.
Put out some scatter pieces.
There we go.
Look,
Great.
just trying to be helpful.
I love it.
Beautiful.
As
like
you were
we're
all
there.
as you were all gathered here, perfect.
I got into a fight by the big cup.
And again, it's pretty empty and open in these fields.
There's a lot of fire, right?
Yeah. Hell yes.
Oh,
You
so
want to use any fire? Go for it.
Thank you. Your position has been spotted by a tiny little imp flying out over the field.
Shit.
And immediately behind. And what did you roll for initiative, Matt?
Oh, I rolled 11.
11.
3 11s. We all got 11s on this
Oh,
side.
hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
3. I'm not going to say.
Phaedra,
Yeah.
you and you alone got the jump on these devils that have appeared behind you. You are first to act.
Okay. Is there any way I can try to get down, like, cover between? You see where that, like, there's like a little bit of a mini hill?
Yeah.
I'm gonna, like, try and, like, get down for cover for that and just aim my crossbow at the one that's closest to me.
Hell yeah, go ahead.
Also, not
go
just
ahead and give me your attack roll. You have a +2 to your
okay.
armor class.
I have +2 to my armor class? Oh, because of the height. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So that is a 16 to hit?
A 16 hits.
Yeah. All right, which means I get to do That's a 6 + 4 + 1d4 poison.
Hell yes. And by
Yeah.
the way, you're not getting sneak attack on this attack.
Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
fine. So it's because it's 1d10 + 1, right? Because I get +1 bonus to attack and damage.
Cool.
Then +3 for dexterity.
Yes.
So that's the +4, and then +1d4 poison.
Great. How much is that total?
Need to roll the poison. That's 13 total.
13 total. Hell yes. So you guys hear behind you of these two advance party devils moving forward as fast as possible. As they do so, you see Phaedra whips around with this powerful heavy crossbow for twang, claw, and hits one for 12 points of damage. They are going to both leap forward. This one is going to charge Phaedra. This one is going to charge Garin.
No.
Bring it.
Hell yeah. This one is going to jump over, wearing the symbol of the Lord of the Hells. That is going to be a hit. I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw from Phaedra.
Good. Oh, that wasn't bad. 17.
You are not poisoned as the barbs of its writhing beard lash out and slash you. You do take 7 points of damage.
I'm out.
You're down?
What?
You have 7
I
hit
have
points.
7 hit points.
Okay, we're fine.
Slashes out with a glaive, boom, and drops Phaedra to the ground, leaping up here on the rock.
Cool.
That is then going to be where can you stand?
You're drunk.
You're drunk, man. You gotta go home.
Go home, Della.
Takes them down too.
This next one's going to attack Garin first. What is your armor class now with a breastplate?
11. I'm an old man. Don't let me feel bad.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
That's going to be an 8.
Do you have, as a dwarf, do you have resistance to poisons?
I do.
Oh.
Okay. Or yeah. So you.
I have resistance against poison damage.
Do you
and
get
advantage on
advantage?
saving throws against poison?
There you
You're
go.
right. Yeah, I do. That's better. It's at 11.
11 still does not make
Yeah, I
it.
figured.
You do receive the poison condition. You take 5 points of damage, and the next attack is a miss. That is their turn. That is going to be Crocus.
Crocus, obviously seeing Phaedra go down, just roars as loud and just runs beeline at that one devil and jumps and is landing on his chest with all four, just like trying to take him down to the ground.
Hell yeah. Go for it. Give me your attack roll.
That is 22 to hit.
22 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay, copy that.
And then as my bonus action, I will attack again.
Go for it.
And that's 20 to hit.
20 hits.
And then that will be another 6 points of damage. So I jump, land, and put all my claws into the chest of this thing. And as we fall to the ground, I roll forward off of it to be on the other side of it. And as I do, I slam my tail back down on top of it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And then spin around to face it on the other side.
Whoosh. Hell yes. And actually, Garin and Sophia and Crocus, you guys can go in any order you want. That was just alphabetically what it gave me. Nia, you can go, or Garin, you can go. You have the same initiative.
My instinct is to spare the dying, if that's possible.
You can. You also have Cure Wounds, which could pop her right back up.
Oh yeah, then I'll cast it at a first level.
You can Healing Word as a bonus action.
Or I could Healing Word as a bonus action. I think I'm gonna take an action and then use Healing Word as my bonus action.
With 7 hit points, Healing Word may pop her all the way back.
Yeah, I was
down.
gonna say, like, I don't have that many max hit points. So
Yeah, then
Healing Word is perfect.
For my action, I took one of the crossbows from our friend Gubbling. I want to
Good old Colm.
Get one of them. Get the whichever one is more wounded between the two.
Oh yeah, the one that Crocus has just swung at is more wounded.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me your attack roll.
I don't know what crossbow does, but
1d8 plus your dex,
Okay,
damage
cool.
wise.
But it's a 20 to go.
And then plus
hit.
your dex, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. 18 to hit because I have no.
18 hits.
And then you
1d10 plus your dex modifier.
1d10.
Heavy crossbow.
1d10. Where are
Oh, sorry, this is a hand crossbow.
Yeah, this is a
right?
hand crossbow.
So 1d4 plus your dex modifier.
1d4 plus nothing. That's 1. So I get up, I go, "Ding!" and I try and I hit the guy for 1 point of damage because the majority of my focus is to cast Healing Word on my friend.
Go for it. Roll 1d4 and add your wisdom modifier.
1d4.
A bolt goes whizzing. Jeez.
Sorry, Crocus. Crocus, duck. And then. That's another 1, gorgeous, stunning, but to make a 4. 4 points.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
you're
more
back
than
at-
half my health back.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Garin, that's going to be your turn.
All right, the one that struck me, it's in my face. That one's unharmed, right?
Yes.
After taking the heavy hit, like, it knocks me to one knee for a second. I look down, the hammer kind of on the ground. I go, I guess it's time to see if you're worth your weight. I'm gonna do a full-on backswing up towards the fiend behind me.
Hell yeah, go for it.
I am.
Poisoned, so that's with disadvantage. Even so, that is gonna be a 20 to hit.
20 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alrighty. So that'll be 18 plus 5. That'll be 10 points of bludgeoning damage against him.
Ooh, doctor. Hell yes. Boom. 10. You were bow, connect with his chest. Falls backwards. Badly injured. Arrow. That is going to be your turn.
All right, I see that Phaedra has just been brought back, so that makes me prioritize Garin's situation. I think he turns towards that foe and he hoists up the old battered scimitar that he chose because it looks similar to what his mother used to wield, and then he lifts her actual shield and his eyes glimmer for a second, and I cast Hunter's Mark as a bonus action.
Hell yeah.
And I begin to come around Garin with the blade drawn, and I'm going to just circle around and get into a flanking position. I should have enough movement to do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, sorry. Other way
Okay.
to opposite Garin's enemy.
This is so Garin swung back on this guy.
Oh, did he?
Here. He's like focus firing on this one guy up there.
Oh, okay.
But you can get flanking easily with him.
I'm going to do that, yeah.
Cool.
I'm going to do that.
Awesome. Go ahead, roll with advantage.
That is a... that is a 16 to hit?
16 hits.
Okay. So 7 for the sword, and the Hunter's Mark is another 8. So 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Hell yes. Liam, how do you want to do this?
He sees the thing lunging forward at Garin, and before it can take another step, the scimitar comes down at an angle and cleaves a whole horn and breaks off of its head, and just lobe is exposed, and it burns as it crumples down onto the ground, flaming on the earth.
Hell yes. As this writhing devil hits the deck, having been laid low, shield up in front of you, and you have that Hunter's Mark still because you can change the
Change
target
it
of
to
that.
a next, yeah.
Cool. That is going to go immediately after you.
Sorry, healing nuts.
Our nuts.
Seeing clerical magic being cast, this imp is going to fly right for Rainier.
How very dare you?
Don't you even touch her.
I can't stand it.
And I
I'm gonna need a
can't
Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
One of the best
Get him just want to fly
Plus
swatter to con. Something yummy, please.
I don't know.
A 5.
5. You take 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then take another 5 points.
Cool, so
of
knees
poison.
down.
As this imp sticks a stinger into your back, Nia collapses.
We have our nuts. We have our healing nuts.
That's right. You have your healing nuts.
Yeah.
That's true.
You have 15 of them.
That's right. 3 each.
yes.
Call me 3 nut guy.
This guy's going to advance on Garin.
Yeah, let's go.
That is a miss, unbelievably, with an AC of 11.
That is impressive.
That is a hit, however.
That's
I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw.
You got it. That's going to be a 21.
21 is going to prevent you from a wounding injury that would have dealt 1d10 damage at the beginning of every one of your turns.
I would like to not have that.
How many hit points do you have left?
Oh, 5.
If this rolls a 1, you stay up.
Let's go.
No, 3.
Yep.
You drop to the ground as this devil puts a glaive into your bag.
Bad.
Bad.
It's so bad.
It's so bad. It's still dicey out here, gang. But there's been a lot of really lovely scenes. I have to remind you, the betrayers are down but not out.
Hey, unicorns!
Over here.
That is going to be. Phaedra. That's actually your turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get back up.
Mm-hmm.
I am gonna. Fuck, I see Nia down next to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Will it do anything if I put one of the nuts in her mouth and just just try to mash it in her mouth?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna try.
I forget.
Mash the nuts in her mouth.
I'm just gonna mash these nuts and
Deeply consensual thing happening, guys.
100%. So with this happening in this moment, do you? I forget. Is it a full action to administer a healing potion, or is it a?
I mean, it's up to you as the GM. Usually I say an action because it's you having to chew and swallow for the person, but whatever you're vibing on, man.
Okay.
I'll give you. I'll let you do it as a bonus action if you give me a DC 15 sleight of hand.
Oh. Let's see. That is a 22.
22! All right, over the back, 360 no scope, toss a healing nut.
Nothing but net.
That's the t-shirt for this campaign. That episode that they all were crying in, the t-shirt is nothing but nut. I'm trying to understand why.
Yes.
Incredible.
Then I am gonna try and so it says that I can attempt to hide when obscured by a creature that is at least one size larger than you.
Yes.
Can I hide behind a crocus and then okay. my crossbow?
Yes, I'll absolutely allow that. Go
I'm
for
gonna
it.
do that, and I'm gonna fire at that soldier.
Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Oh, cool. All right. That is a 20 to hit.
20 hits.
Yeah.
Go ahead, add your sneak attack damage.
Shit. I get
Nia, you awaken on the ground with something like a, was that macadamia?
Okay.
Some kind of magic as you, which more is in that it breaks down as it enters your mouth. You are suddenly, and feel a sudden, for a moment, it almost feels as though you have roots growing out of your spine into the ground and are lifted up by the power of the earth propelling you forward.
It's an acquired taste.
It does 16 piercing plus 3 poison.
Wow!
I love how deadly she is.
You jump out.
Small, but she's murderous.
You jump out from behind Crocus, and this devil who is standing gleefully over Garin, going. And a crossbow bolt is stuck in his neck. 16 points of damage, stumbles backwards. Incredible, Crocus, that is your turn.
Okay, how low is the imp in the air?
He's low enough that he just stabbed Nia.
Okay, so, and I'm gonna try something here.
Do it.
I would like to run forwards, jump, grab the imp, and try and impale it on the tip of the other devil's
Yes!
spear.
Go ahead, give me an attack
basically
roll.
dunk it on top of the spear.
Yes. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Oh, come back. Oh, that's 10. That would be a 17.
17 hits.
Okay. Okay, that's 9 points of slashing damage.
9 points of slashing damage. The imp is still up, squirming on the end of the glaive. You...
And with my bonus action, I go, and I just push it down farther.
I love it. Go ahead and give me your attack roll.
That is a 22.
With 1 hit point left, you... And this little raggedy red scorpion-tailed imp is just dangling like a trophy from the end of its ally's spear.
I look at the devil and go,
one left.
Incredible. That's Crocus. Nia, that is you.
How many hit points?
Garin is down.
Oh, right.
You, we should roll hit points for.
Yeah.
I think that's what, 3d4 or something like that?
For a standard healing potion is 1d4 plus, no, 2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2. Go ahead and roll 2d4 plus 2 for me.
4.
Great.
Jesus. 7 plus
2.
So 9.
9. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Yeah, take that.
Almost all the way back up. And now that I am up, and Garin is down.
Garin's down.
I'm going to use my action to put one of the healing nuts that I have in, because I'm not going to waste a spell slot. I don't know how much we have left. And I'm
allergic.
But yeah, I'm going to use one of my healing nuts and bring my friend back to life. I'm going to, and then very gently just chew, old man. Just.
You just like nutcracker this old dwarf.
Yes.
There's a handle on his back.
Yeah,
That's level.
It's a bit nutty.
It's a little bit nutty. The power of the nut. Garin, you go ahead and roll 2d4.
It's 2 plus 2 plus 2. That's 6.
6
I'll
hit points
take it.
back.
Thank you.
Of course.
But you also, that's your action.
I have a bonus action.
Do you have any bonus actions?
Let's see what I can do as a bonus action.
Healing word, but
I've already done. I only have 1 spell slot left. I have.
It's a bonus action tab.
Apparently it's bonus action tab. All I have is 2 weapon fighting or healing word.
Does you too?
I guess I'll do 2 weapon fighting.
Do you have 2 weapons?
I have the daggers. I have my
You have
2.
daggers,
Yeah,
huh?
I'll take my 2 daggers. And when you take an action, you can make 1 extra attack as a bonus action later on the same turn.
That's if you take the
Oh, but if I
attack.
take an attack, no, never mind.
gotcha. So Garin, it is your turn.
It is my turn? All right. So I'm on the ground.
That's a bit foamy. Kind of,
about to say thank you before I realized that the devil creature is like kind of standing over me at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about him.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll deal with it.
Exactly.
Say, I've seen enough in recent weeks. But if you're still around there looking down, I could really use a bit of guidance.
And try and swing upward with the hammer to see if I could slam it pelvically with the might of the Allhammer's weapon.
Let's go, baby.
Now, I'm on the ground, so technically it would be disadvantaged, but I'll say I'll use half my movement of getting up as I'm swinging the hammer upward to just a regular attack. Am I still poisoned?
Are you still poisoned after you're incapacitated? It's an interesting question. Say no.
Okay, very well.
The nut healed you.
Nothing but
That's
nut.
going to be
Yeah.
15?
15 hits.
15 hits, okay, cool. Let's go. 4, 8 plus 5, 8 points of damage.
Thundering upwards, you find that the one in your mouth is not the only magical nut on this battlefield. And with a sickening crunch, this devil drops to one knee, his eyes crossed. Garin, that is your turn. Nia, you've gone. Arrow, you watch this old dwarf thunder up out of unconsciousness and utterly humiliate the devil in front of him, the Allhammer guiding your hand to strike true.
Show us the devil's ovaries.
Yeah. As the devil's like hunching over, I kind of look at his face, be like,
See, it's what I do. I like to chisel away at things that need to be reshaped.
Arrow's golden eyes flicker over to the devil bent low in front of Garen, and the hunter's mark transfers there. I go running on an arch this way, and I plant the shield into that tree stump like what is it? What is this?
Oh, like a gondola skiff.
No. The Olympics. What's
pole
the word?
vault.
Pole vault.
Yeah.
Like a pole vault, and lifts himself into the air. So one arm down on the shield as the scimitar flashes in the sun, and I strike down as I land. That hits. That is a 18 to hit.
Hell yeah.
So 4 plus 1 is 5 plus the hunter's mark. 7 total.
7 total. Hell yeah. You slash into him, you and Garen side by side, facing off against this devil. He sees you strike out at him and is not having it. He's going to take his swings on you. What's your armor class right now?
It is 13.
13. Hell yeah. First attack. That is a hit. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Natural 20.
Woo, Doctor!
It is.
Amazing. Welcome back, gang.
You take 5 points of damage. As you do so, he's going to take his second attack on you. Hold on 1 second, too. Hell yeah. On his second attack, he misses. And I think in this moment, having vaulted over it, but still having the shield in your hand, you feel something call out to you in this moment. And this devil standing before you, as he misses this attack, some thundering voice from some distant place calls out. Maybe it's your mother or your father going, "When the enemy has told you that he will see to the destruction of all that you hold dear, and he presents you with advantage, never let it go to waste." He misses the attack. Your shield enters the awakened state. Your shield enters the awakened state, which means whenever a creature attack against the wielder misses, they can use their reaction to immediately attempt to make a shove attack against that creature.
Great. I will
Oh yeah.
wrench my shield free of the tree stump, hearing my parents' voice echoing down through the decades, and swing it so that the top of it rams into this guy, and I'm going to attempt to smash him tumbling toward Crocus.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. And because it's a shove attack, you're just trying to beat a 7 here.
That is a 22.
22?
Yeah, sure. That'll be the 7.
You send him sprawling towards Crocus, and you also deal 2d6 force damage as you do that.
5 total.
The shield smashes into him, sending him tumbling prone right in front of Crocus. That's the end of his turn. Crocus, you are next to go.
Oh no, you.
Oh, sorry, Phaedra. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay, cool.
Phaedra, that's you.
Did I not get up on my last turn, or like, am I still prone, or?
No, you're up.
I guess I did. Okay,
Yeah.
It doesn't super matter. I am gonna, once again, kind of following behind Crocus. I'm just gonna hit this guy with my fucking crossbow again.
Go for it. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Like a bat. Just hit him with it.
Just whack him. That's a 9. I think I miss.
You fire into the ground, boom, and thuds as he rolls to the side, out of the way, screaming out towards the other devils on the plain farther away to come here because they have found some quarry. As fast as he can. Now, Crocus, it is your turn.
So Crocus is just going to take his claws and just reach, as he's yelling, is just going to put the claws through the mouth into the back of the throat to stop him from screaming.
Hell yeah.
If he's prone, do you have advantage?
Yes, you do have advantage because he's prone.
That would be 24 to hit.
That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is 5, 6, 7 points of slashing damage as I go, shh, and I just stick my hand into his mouth. I'll use my bonus action to just go and just rip down.
Go ahead and give me another attack roll with advantage.
Great, 16. Yeah, that's well over 20.
Hell yeah, go ahead and give me damage.
5, 6, 7, 8 points of slashing damage.
8 points of damage. This devil looks on death's door as you rip his tongue out of his head.
Screaming.
Nia, that is your turn.
What time of day is it, do you think?
I think it's getting closer towards dusk.
Okay.
It's clobbering time.
I'm just trying to decide if I want to use my last spell slot in this moment. I don't know what we're going to do next. I'm not going to do that, just in case. I'm going to just go at him with my hand crossbow again.
Go for it.
So death's door, you said?
Yeah.
Let's see. You were being nice to me. Okay. That is a 13. Wait, do I add anything to this? Oh, I don't add dex. I have nothing to add. 13?
13 hits.
Wonderful.
Let's go.
And it's a D4?
D4.
Okay. That's a 3.
3 points of damage. He is looking so close.
Oh, well, I didn't attack. I'm going to use my bonus action to do my 2-weapon fighting.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, because I attacked once. I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I take my 2 daggers and I think I'm just gonna. I don't want to get close to him, so I'm just gonna throw.
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead and attack with your dagger. So give me your attack roll.
Oh, right. 6.
Twang! You see the arrow goes and thuds into the ground next to him as he keeps rolling, his blood gushing out of his mouth as he attempts to scramble to his feet to return to the devils back on the field beyond him in the burning plain. You deal damage to him. He looks tattered to shreds. I think everyone in the party has gotten a hit in on him at this point. Garin, you are the next to act. It is your turn.
Oh man, I think as he's rolling around trying to shift and move out of the way, he's stopped in place as a massive dwarven boot presses onto his throat and just kind of grabs the hammer in the one hand, taps it with his cap and goes, calling this shot. He's gonna try and bring it down on top like he's trying to win a prize at the carnival.
Trying to crack a nut.
And that's gonna be a 25 to hit.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh, that's gonna be 11 points of damage.
Ooh. Matt, how do you want to do this?
I'll say with the smear of blood, of fiendish blood out of its mouth, a panic in its eyes, he remembers similar cruelty of beings like this that have constantly whipped and gashed and punished him, sent endless, briefly appreciated allies in the pits who then disappeared 3 days later, never to be seen again. And all that trauma and all that anger that he's kept inside, quietly holding on to for years, decades even, all just kind of brims to a point. And he quietly yells. The need to just let all of that fury out is more than his voice can carry, and he just smash down in a heavy crack, the stone kind of cracking beneath where the edge of where the base of the stump was.
Boom! Scatter of devil's blood, and you all see around you that wreath of flame. Badly injured, all standing.
Is everybody okay?
Yeah, but he was calling to his friends.
Did he get that scream though?
He screamed, but as you went to the top to behold those unicorns, you see that a group of about 6 or 7 devils rushing in this scouting party after you turns to look, and gleaming silvery manes, sparkling hooves, long horns with which blood that touches their horns evaporates in the moment it is exposed to air. About 20 unicorns run down these 6 devils, tossing them hither and yon through the air like child's play. What's that?
It's from legend. It's what Darkness says about the unicorns.
Innocence.
The unicorns have taken that personally and are seeing to change.
I want to domesticate a unicorn.
One of the, you see one of the devils right before he dies goes, murder.
Get the point, Lord.
And all of you witness here that the devil's sort of vanishing. You look at in front of you, fire spreading, but all of them fleeing in this vast host. And as they flee, you see the tide truly turns up above you in the clouds suddenly. Distantly. Griffins begin to just pour out of the clouds, descending on the devils from on high. And there amongst the unicorns, you see sort of appearing these elven warriors appear, bearing the symbol of the Archheart far distantly, moving as if from shadows to join these unicorns fighting on the field before them. The devils fall before you, and trotting up, you see, shaking its mane, the last of this ichor evaporating from the horn, an eternal sylvan being regards you and goes, "Travelers?
Yes.
Are you all right?"
We're still standing, yeah. We have been worse for wear.
You are injured, some of you. And you see that the unicorns gather around you. There is something, as has happened many times over the journey you have taken, a kind of sense of the extravagance of this moment. It should be enough for one mortal to see a unicorn distantly in a glade one time, and instead a group of 24 surround you, some touching their horns to you. You go to pet one of them.
Eagle's full horse girl.
Full horse girl.
So.
And Crocus is kind of just like backing up a little bit, like he doesn't like horses. Like,
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Turn to Arrow, like, no one's gonna ever believe us. Add it to the pile.
I am Lumia, servant of the Archheart. We have come here to drive the devils from these lands, to lay them low. It seems now their will is broken. And turning to the thousands that are still left, you see fiery, glowing glyphs of the Lord of the Hells begin to appear as these devils begin to willingly flee the mortal realm, returning to the pit, which is their rightful place.
Good choice.
I am sorry that you were harried and harmed in these fields.
How fares your lord and father?
He is well. You see that the heads of these majestic creatures lower for a moment, and a tear begins to assemble at the corner of one of their eyes. It says, "I believe we have beheld him for the very last time."
Nia nods, understanding their grief.
I do not think it is right that beautiful things should leave the world. It is not given to me to question, but I cannot be stopped from mourning.
Could not agree more.
It's our turn to make the beautiful things happen here now.
Here to that.
And magic remains.
Magic remains, left to the hands of those blessed with its wielding. Do you require aid? Our business takes us further south, but we would not see you left to your own if you are in peril or in danger.
Do you know if any more danger lies to the west?
We cannot say. The events that have come to pass are strange indeed.
Many of the brethren of our Lord have fallen or vanished. Others still must protect the Dawn City. However, we believe the tide is turning. Only 2 of the foul betrayers yet stride our world. Their defeat will come soon enough, and with it, a sunlit world of plenty and of beauty.
On the topic of tide and Dawn City, does the city still stand?
Ever does the Dawn City stand.
And you wouldn't happen to know a place or a way to cross the tide to it?
Ancient to the west of here, from a time long since past, there lies a road, flecked with white stone and veins of shimmering mica. It has been much overtaken by grass, but one skilled in finding stones will see evidence of that road. We believe at the road's end there should be a harbor of some kind. Though of sailing ships, we do not know if there will be any therein docked already. But those who know of ships do dwell there.
Well, let's find ourselves a path.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nia, we're still pretty injured. I think she asks, do you have any healing you could possibly impart on us?
You see one lowers itself and a tear pooled by its eye heals you to full hit points.
Gorgeous, thank you. Could you cry on my friends too, please?
Cry on my friends.
I will cry as much as I am asked.
You should have to pay good money for that.
You are healed here before this vast herd of unicorns continues to the south, moving across the plains. Can I keep please?
No room for a unicorn.
No, I know that. Sell you.
I'm not carrying
Hey, you know, I can't stop you from rolling a persuasion check. It's up to you.
Roll 4 persuasion checks. No, I'll do my good one. She tries to find the moon in her mind and is like, please.
20, Sally.
7!
What do you say to the unicorns as they depart?
I love you. Just Nee's gone through a lot today. I think she's feeling a little hysterical. I think she's she knows Celestial. I think she's just murmuring in Celestial to this unicorn how much she loves it.
It responds to you in Celestial. Oh. I love you. I love you as well. You walk in the light of one who is no longer in this realm.
And yet, again, clocking the moon in her mind, ever present.
A day may come when people don't see unicorns either. I hope they believe in us still.
I think I can help with that.
Rears up, charges to the south with its companions, and
hysterical and I'm wet.
What's that?
No.
I'm hysterical. I'm wet. You guys continue to the west. Go ahead and give me a perception check, looking for these stones.
Which, for the record, but a moment after the final unicorn steps away, Garin kind of.
So, we just talked to unicorns.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was so crazy.
What just happened?
The unicorn told me she loved me. I am loved by unicorns and by the moon.
What the
telephone!
Yeah. He's like,
Somewhere a spirit is going, act like you've been here before. The beautiful herd charges away. What did we get?
15.
15. Moving to the west, you do begin to find amongst the heather and sort of coarse sagebrush, there are these little bits of what would have been like a gravel stone. Some ancient arcanum empire with the ability to like pave an entire road in like white and gold flecked stone rushing across the landscape. Now the road has totally been overtaken by the sort of rubble and now vegetation that comes up in this place. But you do begin to find them. And the road thus gifted to you by one of these unicorns proves much safer than traveling across the wide and highly visible plains. It hugs a little bit more secret spaces as you travel in this way. After long traveling, you realize that the stones are becoming harder and harder to find. You might be getting towards sort of where the road naturally ended. The climate changes a little bit here. But you do see that there is a small village nearby, sort of a natural like gathering place. And I think at this place, we've passed out of like where Arrow's sort of like wanderings have taken him before. But you look and see out in the sagebrush, there are a couple strange little like windmill contraptions and buckets underneath funnels to collect rainwater.
It's a living village, not ruins.
A living village, not ruins. It looks like the village has maybe, you would say, been abandoned and has started to be reclaimed because you see that the buildings are all human size, but it's mostly gnomes and halflings who are here right now. So it looks like a place abandoned during chaos and now in the past. And you've been traveling now for almost so it's coming up on like 2.5 to 3 weeks since whatever happened in Rybad Cole. So you see a couple little survivors. As you guys come over the hill, you see wearing a wide-brimmed hat with a little jerkin is a old bearded gnomish man coming up to collect buckets of rainwater. As you sort of pop over a little hill, you haven't been finding any of the stones recently. See, he goes, we surrender!
We mean you no harm.
It's not like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
Just kidding.
Ha 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 ha.
What's the name of this place?
I don't know. Oh. It's just by the road's end. There was an old road right here, but... by road's end? I don't know.
Okay. How long have you been here, old-timer?
3 days.
Oh, wow.
We've been looking for a road with white stone and mica. Have you seen?
Yes. I don't know who built it. It's been covered up by grass and rubble for quite a long time. But we followed it here. There was some shining spirits who came by. We were hiding out farther to the north amongst these by the pools. We have homes that we build kind of like beavers in these dams, but it's wet and bad living. So we wanted to leave as soon as we could. And then the sun came out. It was like the prophecy said, but we never believed it.
We come from the east ourselves. Pretty bad.
Ah?
Pretty bad out that way.
That is weird.
Oh, certainly. Oh, I'm Armley.
Armley, nice to meet you, Armley.
Hello. Yes, we don't know the name of this village. We arrived. If the rightful owners come back, we'll vacate immediately. But the buildings seem to be,
I think we're in an era of sharing spaces for survival if need be, so maybe talk before you vacate.
Oh, all right, well.
We aren't the rightful owners.
Aha. Well, when the sun comes up for the first time in living memory, I suppose it's time to not dwell on who owns what or who's where or what, how anything happens, but just to be grateful. Would you like some rainwater?
I love some rainwater, yes.
Yeah, he passes the bucket up to you guys.
Would you like some nuts?
some magic nuts.
What do you say? Oh, real magic nuts! And you see that he... My goodness! An incredible kindness, thank you! Oh.
Things are real freaky in the south.
Real freaky.
Yes.
I've had coal for a long time.
You see that he goes, yes, well, thank you for the kindness. Our community here can definitely use them. Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay if you're looking for a place to live. Do you want to live here for the rest of your life? We all do.
I don't know about the rest of our lives, but we were hoping to maybe sit down here for a night.
A night? Well, that's very doable.
We'd also heard rumors about a port nearby, probably abandoned one, but you know how close we are to the sea?
Yes, those of us who lived up by the lakes up north. There are some boatmen in the village, even some who've worked on ships before.
Really?
Interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Huh.
How
far north is this, or from here?
Not too far. 2 or 3 days travel.
You said lakes, though, not by the sea.
We're mostly lake folk, but we have some folk that have sailed more up farther afield. North of the pools, there are some narrows, and there should be deep water ships in a harbor up by there.
Yeah. Well, that's a place to start.
I like it.
Yeah.
That works.
Stay for a night and then head that way.
Seen any unicorns around? Sorry, it's just a joke.
No. Why, have there been some?
No.
Hundreds.
Yes. 100 unicorns? Get a load of this guy.
Told you.
We saw them where we found those magic nuts.
But the magic nuts are real, right?
Sure.
Only one way to find out.
Well, all right. You see, he says, he says, there are some here that have been staying with us for a time, but know their way up to the Narrows. We'd be happy to send them your way. Are you looking to make a voyage?
I think so, are
Yeah.
We are looking to cross the sea, if you can believe it.
Wonders never cease. I can't believe it. Well, why? What's on the other side of the sea?
The dawn.
Oh, yeah. Because the sky would go as far as the ocean. I'll see if anyone knows how to build a ship. You see, he sort of wanders off back towards the town. And you guys see, this little village of survivalists and scavengers and stragglers all kind of making do in this little village by the road's end. You move from this place down towards the village. You get some happy greetings from people nearby. And I think for the first time, the clouds well and truly part. And all of you are bathed in the warm glow of pure afternoon sunlight as it fades into the west.
A bit bright.
Hot. Walking up to you, you see that there is what looks at first like he might be a half-elf, but actually you see that he has sort of like dark skin that has like almost a blue or aqua tint as it goes down towards his hands. And his hands have like a little bit of webbing underneath them, almost as though he had some lineage far off from the sea, like part merfolk or something of that nature. He walks up to you all. He's sort of humanoid, like a human height. Walks up and goes, greetings. I understand that you've met our de facto mayor, Mr. Armley.
Didn't know he was the mayor.
Well, we didn't know either, but he kind of holds himself as such.
Good man.
I'm Tristan. It's a pleasure to meet you all.
Tristan, pleasure's ours.
Nice to meet you. He does have the gift for gab, that one.
Very much so. I've been surviving in the lakes with them for quite some time, but I understand you're looking for a deep water harbor.
If such a thing still exists.
Yeah. Hoping to voyage across the sea.
I know it's been done. The seas are still very dangerous, but it is possible. I know the armies of the gods have come across in ships. There was a rumor of white-keeled vessels with silver sails moving along the coast towards the south. You looked across the ocean to sail where, if I may ask?
Isilra. We're making our way to Vasselheim. I made the journey from that place long ago. I'm looking to bring my friends here to visit home.
The Dawn City. The last time I was on a sailing ship, it fell beneath the waves because my mother and father believed above all else that it was possible to reach the Dawn City. I survived and they did not. I will take you to where our ship set sail. There may be no ship there at this point, but it is the best of any hope. A place where at least a great sailing vessel could harbor safely.
We brought a great deal of hope with us. Hopefully it will be enough.
It's taken us pretty far before.
Very well. No longer needing to live in hiding, I've been searching for something to do other than play checkers with Ehrli, so I will be happy to escort you at least that far.
We'll make it worth your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
You see this young man packs his bags and begins to lead you guys out of the town here.
Should we rest here for a night?
Yeah, you guys can rest here for a night.
Do we like the idea of taking a long rest and then head back up?
Yeah, sure.
That seems safe.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. We'll leave first light tomorrow.
Yeah. You guys get your long rest. The night unfolds. You bid farewell to Ehrli. You journey north for many days, and we move through time as you eventually arrive at the Narrows, far to the north of this land. The lands you now walk in require no survival checks. Your wandering skills cover you easily, and there are no rolls for danger. The forces of the prime deities have moved through here. You see lands that were choking under ash now feel the light of the sun for the first time. Sprouts, fresh and tender leaves everywhere. Arriving at deep water, you make your camp, and Tristan, standing with you, looks out, and you see scattered weapons. Here and there, a few bones peeking out from under armor. Some pitched battle that occurred here a long time ago. No sign of a deep water ship here in the harbor. As you make camp, Tristan says, "This is the harbor. Perhaps we could wait here for one to come. Looking at what has transpired here, I don't know the circumstances that last a ship came to this harbor, but this at least is water capable of bearing a great ship. So, up to you.
Okay. All right.
Look to Arrow. I can't imagine there is much to be done until a ship arrives, or we know where we want to go. We just have to figure out a way to get there. And
Might have to consider moving up the coast. Maybe. And someday finding passage.
Garin.
Aye?
You mentioned going north at some point.
Aye.
We've gone quite far west. I think maybe we try a new direction.
I can certainly tumble along the coast, keep an eye out for any possible sea vessels, and maybe look to build a large enough bonfire or smokestack to get their attention. I don't know how these naval things work. This is my first time seeing the Osmit, to be honest. I'm still kind of sipping it in.
Yeah, I've never seen this much water in my life.
But aye, north I'd like to go eventually.
Okay.
As you will consider what to do, like arriving here at this place, knowing that it's possible that something could come here, some voyaging thing, but again, I think Garin's point is true. There are many sailing vessels that ferry goods between the cities of the Betrayer kingdoms and their navies and things like that, but most of the world has fallen into chaos and calamity. That night, I think as you're resting after a long day of travel, figuring out what you're going to do next, Phaedra, you're sort of getting ready to scoot down to bed as well. And you're looking at your key that you got.
Yeah.
Its magic is profound, and you've seen, like, Arrow awaken deeper power in that shield of his. I think as you're looking at it, you hear a voice of some kind going, "Huh? Hello?"
I whisper into the key. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, who are you?
Key? The key? I'm a key?
You can talk?
Yeah, you can talk. Why can't I talk?
That's fair, I guess. Never really considered that. What are you talking to me for?
I'm supposed to open stuff. Doors?
Yeah.
You open a door because people are trying to get somewhere, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Huh. Okay. I don't really know much about me. Except I want to do what I'm for. Is that normal to feel like that?
I think so.
What are you for?
Oh, that's a really good question that I thought I knew the answer to up until about 2 to 3 weeks ago. But I don't know. Maybe it is the same answer. I'm here to look after my friends.
Oh.
To protect them.
They need looking after?
Yeah. I don't know about if you've noticed, Key, but it's a fucked up world out here.
I don't have eyes or ears or a face.
That's so true.
But I do have teeth. Hello. Key humor.
Very good.
This is how we lose.
Are there any
messages.
doors near me?
Huh?
Are there any doors near me in the world, like just in my immediate surroundings?
Oh, there are some doors. Yeah, I can. Yeah, and you see the ruby begins to glow with a kind of warm light, and goes.
Okay. Are you okay? Did that hurt you?
Yes,
I'm
but it's
so
okay.
sorry. Okay.
Yeah, there's a door near me. It's moving. Do you want a moving door?
What do you mean a moving? Which direction? Where?
It's sort of moving. Well, it's moving southish. But it's also kind of moving up. No, it's moving down. No, it's moving up. No, it's moving down. Moving up. Moving down. Moving up.
Close to here or far away?
Not too far away. It's like the closest door to near here. Why is it moving up and down like that? Oh, it's in a thing.
It's in a thing.
It's in like a big thing, like a building.
Like possibly, but it's moving.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
like
on?
It's like a building that's popping up and down.
Is it on water?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god. Is anyone else awake at this point, or is it like?
Would anyone else be awake at this point?
No, I'm just like.
It's late in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Deal?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
I wake up. I wake up Nia. Nia.
Yes. Yes.
This is gonna sound crazy, but hopefully not as about as crazy as everything else that has happened.
My sister's a god. Nothing's crazy. Go ahead.
Well, this key just talked to me, and it says that there's something coming on the water, like a door inside a big building. I think we might be getting our ship.
Can Nia talk to the key?
I think that you see that you can hear the key right now.
Yeah.
You see the key goes. Wait, are you telling people my key secrets?
It's not. How is that your secret? It's not. Just a thing out there.
I'm not just an object to be handed around.
Key, okay. I am sorry, all right? I'm sorry. Do we have to do this right now?
Well, it's never a good time with you.
Oh my god.
Nia can't hear the key and just see.
Yeah. I'm just like
talking to this inanimate object.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
just
No,
lost
you know
it.
what? Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
Wait. Do you need the door to come closer here?
Yes. My friends and I do. We've been waiting for this boat to come. We didn't even know if it would come.
Okay.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, it's not headed here now, but if you I can, because I open doors. It's what I do.
Yeah.
If you want me to, I could try to talk to the doors, tell the door to tell the ship to tell the whatever to come here.
Yeah, if you could do that, that would
All
be
right.
amazing.
Wait,
but you have
could do. Sorry, Phaedra. Okay, so I can't hear the key.
Yes.
Oh,
he's gonna talk to the boat.
The key is gonna talk to the boat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if I'm gonna do it, this has to be formal. It has to be buttoned up.
Okay.
It has to be above board.
Okay.
Please formally state, dear Key, I wish for you to talk to the door to tell the boat to come here.
Dear Key, I formally wish for the key to talk to the door to talk to the boat to come here.
Thank you for being very formal. Your wish is granted. And you see red light pour out of the ruby in the center of the key. All of you wake up, see light shoot out across the deep water harbor, shoot out across the narrows, towards the west.
It's okay.
Phaedra, make
Long
friends with the
story,
key.
but my key just talked to a boat. There's a boat coming.
I wish I was still dumb.
So unless this key's fucking with us, there's a ship coming.
If you think I'm fucking with you, why don't you just wait till tomorrow? You just wait till tomorrow.
Tomorrow, apparently. No, I'm sorry. Listen, it's been a long 2.5 weeks. But I shouldn't have taken that on you. I'm listening and learning. I apologize.
Hey, I accept your apology, and you don't have to believe me. The proof will be in the pudding, and a big bowl of pudding is sailing right here, and you're all gonna get as much pudding as you can handle tomorrow.
Okay. That sounds great. You are such a strange key, but thank you for your help.
Tell all your friends to get ready for pudding.
Okay. Like now? Now you want me to tell them now?
Please.
Okay. Guys, the key says to get ready for pudding.
You have to explain that it was in context of a metaphor.
Well, okay, you didn't say that. No, okay. It was a metaphor. This key's very clever. I'm not doing it justice, but the
I hope not.
Yes.
Look, Friedrich. Sure.
I'm going back to bed.
Okay. I can't fight these things anymore.
Yeah. Nia's up now, trying to figure out, just watching Phaedra, making sure that, like, this key doesn't drive her absolutely insane.
It's okay.
It's starting to drive her a little bit.
Yeah, she's like, there's pudding coming tomorrow in the size of a door.
Yeah.
Some vestiges are granted as gifts through family lines. Others are more like a fruit cake at Christmas.
Yeah. It's like, oh my gosh, I have
It's
this
wonderful.
key.
Yeah.
No, it's
You're gonna love it.
The next morning you awaken. Through the fog, on a day of sunlight that in the years to come will be more and more common for those of you here in the world of Exandria, you see, sailing out of the fog, white sails, the glittering gunnels of a tall ship, pennants flapping in the wind, headed towards the pier in the early morning light. Tristan, your companion, arises, looking in amazement, and as the ship arrives at the harbor, walking off of the harbor, walking down the gangplank towards the dock, you see a figure announce himself.
I am Grenalin, warrior of Vasselheim.
And you behold a friend of your parent. Old friend. This old human warrior steps off and says,
We received word of survivors here in the Narrows. We have been sent with the fleet, all ships of Isilra, sent to the coast of Guisar to find survivors. The seas are calm for the first time in an age. Are there any here that require aid? Aid!
Out through the woods as gulls take off over the wing.
I'll step forward. Do you know me?
No, friend traveler. I don't believe so.
Arrow? You were friends with my mother and father.
My boy! My boy!
You see, he gives you a big hug.
My boy! Oh, look, your mother, Skull!
No, it's all right. It's been many decades.
Their life. Oh my goodness. We received the sailor in the crow's nest saw a vision, a saw red light across the harbor. We took it as a beacon for aid.
A lot is changing fast. Have you heard word of the gods?
The gods? All in the Dawn City now speak of the gods. The victory is at hand. The victory is close at hand. The betrayers will fall. You can tell. Look, clear skies have been seen. Centuries.
They will be victorious, and they will live amongst us, side by side.
Partially true.
Yeah. Nia steps forward. And, I've communed with a god, the Moonweaver. They will watch us from afar. They will see us. We will not feel their magic as we once did. But they are not entirely gone.
They're drawing away, Grenalin.
What will we do without them?
We will do as we have done.
Figure it out.
All is not lost. All is not lost. Great things have happened. They will continue to happen. We just now must lean on each other in a way that we may not have had to before.
The gods have cast long shadows in their warring. But now there's more sun.
You have spoken with the Moonweaver.
Nia pulls out Luz's holy symbol and the book and says, I believe I am charged to tell people of the Moonweaver's tale. It is... I have something of hers that I am looking forward to sharing with the rest of the world.
Then we must to Asilra at once, to the Dawn City. If you would come with us, we must go and inform them. Though I dare not think what will befall their hearts if your message is... And he looks at you to even suggest that your message is not true, betrays the conviction that he sees within your eyes.
Moonlight flickers in my eyes a little bit.
Bitter triumph, mournful victory. Come. There is food and drink, beds in which to sleep. The Dawn City awaits.
Okay, here we go.
As they move down the gangplank, Arrow asks, as we fade out, this is a strange question, but you don't have any pudding on your ship, do you?
You're not gonna believe this. No, we have no pudding. What are you talking about? No pudding whatsoever.
I've been meaning, what is pudding? I've been meaning to ask.
You see, yeah, sorry.
I was going to say, as we're kind of stepping towards the ship, Garn kind of looks at him, nods a bit, and goes, it's been a hell of a walk, hasn't it?
Yeah. Come with us.
I got one more journey in me.
Yes.
And I need to see what's left at the Cliff Keep. I lost everything there 100 years ago, and I don't know if I'd have the strength in me to find my way back.
You do.
If it's not within you.
I know you do.
I'm so tired, and these years are weighing on me more than ever.
Something is holding. We five together now. Go a little further, and I will get you the rest of the way.
He means it.
so scared to be on a ship.
It's a
No, I don't like this.
I've never seen the ocean before.
Puts his arm behind Crocus's arm, and the two of them like slowly step onto the ship, get halfway across the gangplank, and like looks back at Arrow. And
I'm
like,
300 pounds. This has got to be a strong.
I'm 200 pounds.
As you step up the gangplank, little key in your pocket says, "Told you there'd be pudding."
I can't even be mad at you, Key. Thank you.
Did your friend want real pudding?
I mean, nah, I think he was just messing with the captain. Don't worry about it. You can't,
All he has to do is ask for it, pretty please.
I don't think... I can't insight check this Key, right?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Okay. 13.
13.
Yeah.
This key's hard to read because it doesn't have a face. It only has teeth.
Listen, I don't doubt your power to open doors. I'm a little suspicious of your ability to procure pudding, but nonetheless, thank you very, very, very much.
I haven't checked, but I have to assume that there's a door behind which there's so much pudding.
Then we'll find it together. You and me, Key.
You and me! And you walk forward onto the ship, which begins to sail across the sea to Asilra. And when next we meet, it will be at the gates of the Dawn City. That's all for this episode of Exandria Unlimited Divergence. Tune in next week for our final episode.
Oh, I'm going to throw up.
What is?
Is it Thursday yet? Don't answer the question. Is it Thursday yet?
Oh boy.
Oh, gosh. No pudding on this ship. This is bullshit.
Bullshit.
We haven't finished our journey yet.
I was told there was pudding. That's why Garn was about to turn back, because he's an old man. He's like, fuck it, there's no pudding.
That's
I'm going north.
It's all that kept me going.